Hey everybody, welcome to chapter 3 of the WriteNow Write-a-thon. And we have Laura Nettles and I'm going to pop this this way so I can read. The Exploring Otherness Through Horror and Paranormal, delving into what makes you other through fiction, through experiments. Plummet the depths of your identity, pull up your frayed heartstrings, and argument their possibilities, allowing viewing from a safe psychic distance through fiction. I probably butchered that, but it's
that's okay.
So we're just gonna send it. But before we get into her workshop, we are going to do a giveaway. So you want to tell us about what you were offering to the WriteNow community?
So this book, The Anatomy of Prose by Sacha Black, is what turned my writing around. So this is 12 Steps to Sensational Sentences. It has a whole laundry list of promises that it helps you to improve on, and it delivered for me. So, as Sacha Black explained, The Anatomy of Prose is a comprehensive writing guide that will help you create sensational sentences. Whether you're just starting out or a seasoned writer, this book will power up your prose, eliminate line-level distractions, and help you find the perfect balance of show and tell. So, this book has a bunch of exercises in it as well. It is fairly thick. It is a beautiful book, and it just changed my entire writing. It's amazing. So I'm giving away one physical and one digital.
Yeah, that's awesome. So if you guys want to be entered into the Anatomy of Prose, please type in #prose. And we're going to do, if we don't get someone from overseas, we're going to do 2 drawings. So type in #prose if you want to be entered for this giveaway. And without further ado, I will let you get on to your workshop.
All right. Well, hello there. Let me share my... Oh, I guess I should open my pictures real quick. Okay. Here is... Maybe. My computer is loving being slow today. Okay. So here is my title card, basically. So we are exploring otherness through horror and the paranormal. I guess we already read this, but delve into what makes you other through fictional thought experiments. Plumb the depth of your identity, pull on your frayed heartstrings, and augment their possibilities, allowing viewing from a safe psychic distance through fiction. And I'm Laura Nettles. A quick disclaimer: what one person sees as other may not be other for everyone. Everyone's culture and upbringing is unique, and so are the values, traditions, and expected behaviors. In this workshop, we will be doing journal prompts about what makes us other and unique. If doing so makes you uncomfortable, I suggest you skip this workshop for now. It's completely understandable, as some of our otherness may be connected to trauma that is not yet resolved. Take care of yourself and opt out anytime if needed. So, I guess to go over who the heck am I, why am I talking about this? I am Laura Nettles. I have 35 short stories published, flashes, drabbles, short stories. They are in a bunch of magazines and anthologies. Here's just some of them. So I have a couple in Lovecraftiana. I was in Shiver. That was my first ever one. A bunch by Black Hair Press. So I have a bunch of short stuff out. I have published my own short story collection called Tiny Shivers. It is 101 drabble short stories in flash, all of the horror persuasion. They are of a few different subgenres, including cosmic, mundane, angels and demons, supernatural, psychological, gothic, sci-fi, and holiday food horror. So that's me I have my first poem ever published this year in a collection called Dementia. I've written 3 books that are actual like novels. My middle grade has died in the query trenches. My YA sci-fi is permanently shelved. My adult vampire, we'll see. First draft is done. Anyway, that's me. So on to the meat and potatoes. Okay, let me get my notes up. So, what is other, and why is it important to storytelling? Growing up, I was taught that whatever was not normal, aka the social norm, was other, and I needed to be an extremely specific type of other to save my soul. Fast forward to now, I'm still other, but a different brand of it. I'm no longer the family imposed version, but my own distinct brand. I have finally self-discovered. So why does it matter to stories that I consume and stories I create? Stories are an invaluable tool in the art of self-discovery. We're able to see the world through different lenses from the confines of our current environment, even if we are not safe to act on our discoveries as of yet. I can delve into LGBTQ plus world through fiction, see what I connect with, see what resonates with my developing values. I don't have to physically go to different locations to see the world from another point of view if it's not safe to do so yet. So this has a great safe distance. It's a great stepping stone. There are many aspects that you can explore. Your otherness might be your race or culture compared to the majority in your city or school. Let's see. It could be through fiction. You can connect with others of your background, learning folk tales and traditions from other people with similar roots. Well, that's well and good for stories I consume. What about stories I create? Why do they need otherness? Why would they benefit from my personal brand of otherness? I believe that every human is unique, and no 2 humans have the same exact lived experience. We bring our own hurts, triumphs, likes, dislikes, loves, and hates to our worldview. As the common phrase goes, even if we all got the same outline, we would each write a story differently. So your otherness is your secret sauce to make your stories uniquely your own and possibly cathartic to you and others. It's cathartic because you can pull it from yourself, give it to another, examine it, and reassess. So we're going to pause here and take a couple minutes to brainstorm what we consider makes us other. What you consider unique and not the norm for you. It may be completely different aspects from what other people participating tonight might consider their own not normal traits, and that's totally fine. You can list experiences, places you've been, diagnoses you have, sexuality and orientation, religion or lack thereof, family history, traumatic events you've survived, aspects of yourself you don't want your parents to know, things you feel beneath your skin, and those that you wear on your sleeves in the open. So there's no pressure to share what you're going to write down tonight. Those can be for your eyes only. If you'd like to share, we will be sharing later if you're up for it. I'll be sharing mine. So I'm going to set a timer for 3 minutes, pull up a document, and we are going to be brainstorming aspects of yourself that you consider other. So it can be a bullet point list, however you like. I'm going to pull up my timer real quick. I have it set for 3 minutes. Volume. Yay, the timer is shared. Okay, so let us begin our brainstorming in 3, 2, 1, go. So once again, we are brainstorming what makes you other. All right, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, so CJ writes, apparently I'm very deep and raw at this time of night. I feel like I need light, fluffy ones too. That is very, very fair. Let's see. Do I have any light, fluffy ones? Mine are pretty not light and fluffy, but I have some. Okay, let me add some light, fluffy ones real quick. Let's see. There's one. And okay, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not alone. Yeah. Okay, so here is a list of what I have come up with for what makes me, Laura Nettles, other in my current environment. So one thing that makes me other is I am actually currently medicated for my diagnosis of borderline psychosis. So I deal with hallucinations. So that's one thing that is unique about me that I could potentially explore in a story. I am a deconstructing Mormon. So I left. I'm still dealing with it. So I have that whole religious trauma going on in my background. I am pan/ace, still trying to figure it all out because that was not a thing growing up, not allowed. I have extremely conservative parents that I live under the same roof with again. So that is a unique thing of going back to the place that I grew up with a changed mental state. Because I lived in a different country for the last 8 years, got laid off, and had to come back. Let's see. Another thing that makes me unique is I have to hide my writing from my parents so I don't get threats of an exorcism. So that's lovely. I'm a lover of horror and the paranormal, which is looked down upon by my parents. And the happy things, the fluffy things. I have a dog who steals my pillow every single morning. I don't think that happens to the majority of humans, but he's a pillow stealer. And another slightly fluffier one is I am a dual citizen. I've lived for a while in both the US and Canada. They think that if I write about a story that has demons in it, it opens me up to possession. So I have to keep those kinds of stories under wraps. But yeah, so I'm back home because I was in the VFX industry for movies and television, and it's very unstable. And I got laid off twice. The first time was from COVID. We ran out of stuff to work on because I couldn't film for forever. And then the second time I got laid off was because the writer's strike led to the actor's strike, led to nothing being filmed, and we had nothing to do effects on, so we got laid off. So that was in Toronto, Canada. Basically North Hollywood. Hollywood of Canada. So yeah, that was fun. It was a good time. But I'm back in California now. So yeah. CanCon. I have not heard that. Yeah. So I was in Canada for 8 years. Okay. So, does anybody have any that they would wish to share on anything that makes them unique? It could be a fluffy one. So, I don't see any that are shared. but I'm going to keep going. Okay. Scrolling through my notes. Okay, so now I know some things that I think are fairly unique to myself. So I have that list. Why would I put those particular aspects of myself through a horror or paranormal lens? By doing so, I'm allowing myself to put distance between myself and these aspects of my life, aspects of myself, reframing them as something fictional being dealt with. I can explore these avenues to extreme ends in safe fictional exercises. If I need to, I can compound the otherness with horrific supernatural effects to explore the depths, i.e. compounding queerness with vampirism or bipolar disorder with lycanthropy. So I can take a look at it from a distance and not have to force a happy ending if I don't want a happy ending. So I can allow, allow my spiraling darkness to take it to a less savory conclusion as a thought experiment. So you don't have to force it to have a particular happy or tragic ending. You can do whatever you want because it's not a cut and dry romance where you have to have a happily ever after or happy for now. We're doing supernatural. We're doing horror. You can do whatever. Okay. So, let's see. Texas has movie studios in Irving, Texas. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen many effects houses in Texas. There are a few up in like Burbank, California, like where the animation studios and stuff are. But I haven't seen many in Texas. I should look. I'm a young actress who's been in 14 plays. Amazing. I haven't been in any plays. I've never worked on a play. But some of the movies and stuff that I've done effects for are Spider-Man No Way Home. So I worked on a couple of the scenes with all 3 Spider-Men in it. It was really cool. I worked on The Strain by Del Toro. I worked on Shape of Water by Del Toro. I worked on the new Hellboy movie. Series of Unfortunate Events Season 2. The Expanse. Like it's really fun. I do enjoy the entertainment industry. It's fun. Let's see. CJ says, I was medically retired with PTSD TBI from MST. Oof, that does not sound pleasant at all. Medically retired. Very interesting. So, that is very brave to share. Good job. That's a lot of healing that would require. Let's see. That's so cool. Thanks. Let's see. Okay. So the next step is I'd like for each of us. Oh, thank you, CJ. Let's see. I'd like for each of us to go through our list of otherness and brainstorm supernatural or horrific elements that can compound the act or act as a foil for them. So something to take it to the extreme and not force a happy ending. This will let you explore your fears, curiosities, and loves about these otherness traits that may or may not be warranted. We are still developing and evolving. Our perspective on these traits has not yet reached their final form. So keep in mind that these are mental exercises, not an essay on how all people should view these traits if they have them. This is just for us, just to do a thought experiment. So here are some examples of matching a trait with an extreme, possibly even supernatural aspect. So this is the After Dark. Just a heads up. So it could be I not only desire them, like lust, but I also want to physically consume them as well. So like a vampire or a cannibal or something not very kosher. For me, it would be my hallucinations are not just from my brain chemistry, but stem from some cosmic beings, and I lose the ability to tell reality from illusion. I've actually written one of those where I didn't get medication and I took the other route just as a thought experiment to see what could have happened. Another one could be my religious college that I went to wasn't just teaching religious dogma as science, but prepping us to be assimilated into the mother cult led by something pretending to be human. So we are going to take an aspect of us, like me going to religious college, and extrapolating it. So let your imagination go wild. We'll give this brainstorming session 5 minutes and see how you do on just trying to take an aspect of your otherness. It could be a fluffy other. It could be any of them. And just try and add a supernatural twist to it, or a horror twist. So let me get back to my timer and go to 5 minutes. Okay, pause and share. Timer. Here we go. Okay. So let me add in the comments. Okay. Brainstorm supernatural or horrific elements that could compound or act as a foil for our otherness. That is the prompt. So here we go in 3, 2, 1. Fabulous. Okay. So we are back. That was faster than intended. I only got 2 written, and that includes the dog one. So, dog stealing pillow every morning is trying to harvest my DNA to clone me and replace me with a version who gives him more treats. So, that takes my uniqueness of having a dog steal my pillow every morning. He will literally come, lick my face until I roll over so he'll steal my pillow. He's a menace. But a handsome, soft, warm menace. So I love him. Yeah, so that takes that. Plus my childhood trauma of watching that Goosebumps episode where the parents are replaced by plant people. I was terrified for 2 weeks that my parents would be replaced by plants pretending to be people. So, putting things together. My other one that I came up with is for deconstructing Mormonism indoctrination by having my mind unspooled, letting the vapors of the teachings evaporate from the gray matter before being reformed and placed back in my skull. The doctrines are gone, but the stains are still there, leaving after images. Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. Yes. Don't let my dogs hear that idea. Yeah, I think many dogs would like to clone us and keep the version of us that would give them the most treats. For sure. CJ says, uses dark humor to lighten situations, to bring my next victim and make them feel safe with me, to force their guard down. My inner evil is coming out. Lol. Very good. Yeah, so these are just thought experiments. Yeah. My dog uses my mom to give him all the treats. There you go. Yeah. So, at this point, I am going to read a couple pages from a book called Writing in the Dark by Tim Wagner. So, I'm going to pull up a page that shows my citation. And these are going to go over the 8 possible endings that Tim Wagner has seen for horror stories, for the horror's hero's journey. So, let's see. One more. There we go. So this is my little citation slide. My final slide. So, this is page 94. It says, this is Tim Wagner, who is a prolific horror author. He even writes tie-ins for media, like for IPs. He wrote a Supernatural book. He is in quite a few anthologies. I met him at StokerCon, the horror author convention in San Diego the other year. So that was really cool. But he says, one day I was thinking about the hero's journey, and I wondered if it applied to horror fiction. It seemed a pattern that worked well with other genres: fantasy, science fiction, western, mystery, thriller, romance. But it didn't seem to lend itself well to horror. Characters in horror stories tend to be more reactive than active. They don't hear a call to action, answer the call, and set out to right wrongs or go on quests. They were going along just fine with their lives until a bad thing intruded into their world, forcing them to react. So if the hero's journey doesn't lend itself well to horror, I ask myself what sort of narrative structure does. After some thought, I came up with not one, but 8 different story patterns for horror. I'm sure there are more. I couldn't label them a hero's journey, because characters in horror usually aren't heroic types. They're regular people, thrust into very bizarre and deadly circumstances. So I decided to use the phrase, poor bastard, as in, look what happened to that poor bastard. The phrase seemed to fit the concept of a character to whom something bad happens. Then I asked myself, what sort of adventure does that poor bastard go on? I decided that since he or she ends up in an awful place, literally or metaphorically, I call the adventure a descent into hell. When I put it all together, I got the poor bastard's descent into hell, which seemed to me to be an apt description of a horror story's basic pattern. The more I thought about this basic pattern, the more I realized there were 8 variations based on the poor bastard's how it turned out. So poor bastard equals normal person, not a hero, and descent into hell equals a situation that steadily and nightmarishly worsens. Hell can be physical, spiritual, mental, emotional, internal, external, or any combination. So let's follow that poor bastard into hell. So here are the 8 possible endings in this genre. They can either escape hell, conquer hell, be eternally damned, escape with severe wounds and scars, be transformed by hell, carry hell with them, or drag others to hell, or bring hell to them. And the last one is become the devil himself. So, I think I have time. I think I'm going for a full hour. So let me read some of these. Okay, so the first one is escapes hell. It says in this pattern, the normal person, the poor bastard, manages to survive the bad thing that happened to him or her. In Bradbury, something wicked this way comes. The characters escape Mr. Dark and the carnival folk, who then move on to plague another town. Just as in the hero's journey, these characters are battle-weary and exhausted at the end, but they stood up to evil and survived. A lot of Stephen King's novels fit this pattern. Salem's Lot, The Shining, The Stand. It's satisfying for readers and is equivalent to romance's Happily Ever After. If the characters an audience reads about can survive such a horrible experience, then maybe they can survive the trials and tribulations of their lives as well. So that's the happy ending version. There's the one where they conquer hell. In this variation, characters manage to destroy the bad thing, whatever it is, so it can never hurt anyone else ever again. The fiendish count is killed in Dracula. The shark in Jaws gets blown up. The Wolfman is killed with a silver bullet. This pattern probably comes the closest to the actual hero's journey, although there may be more casualties along the way, and the heroes probably don't feel the same sort of emotional high from their triumph because of what it cost them to win. Audiences love this pattern for the same reason they love the hero's journey, but it always seems to ring a bit false to me, especially in prose. It feels more like an adventure than horror, especially if the characters don't seem at all affected by what they've gone through. James Gunn's Slither is a good example of the poor bastard conquers hell pattern that feels more like an adventure overall. Although, since the horror is laced with comedy in that film, the adventure-style ending works for me. Many times, the character's victory over the bad thing is only temporary. In the poor bastard conquers hell pattern, and it will return. If not to plague the hero, then someone else. The Ring ends like this. You might escape Samara, but only by passing her curse on to another. This type of ending is more realistic in that we continually strive against bad things in real life. Injury, illness, despair, personal and professional failures, death. And once we deal with one bad thing, another appears. This sets the poor bastard conquers hell apart from the hero's journey. One way or another, the bad thing may live on. The next one is the poor bastard is eternally damned. In this pattern, the poor bastard is conquered by the bad thing. This could mean the character dies, survives without destroying the bad thing, or falls under the power of the bad thing and is claimed by it. The movie Krampus ends like this, as does The Blair Witch Project and The Lottery. The poor bastard may sacrifice him or herself to save others, thereby winning a costly victory. Or the poor bastard may simply fail and be claimed by the darkness forevermore. In the Mouth of Madness is a good example of this sort of ending. For readers, it has the benefit of giving them one last jolt of horror before the story ends. In a sense, this is a happy ending for a horror audience, or perhaps a satisfying ending would be a better way to put it. The audience shows up for a horror story, not a children's fairy tale, so a dark ending suits them just fine. And number 4. the poor bastard escapes with severe wounds and scars. The poor bastard survives, maybe even conquers the bad thing, but at a high price. They are severely wounded themselves, physically, mentally, or spiritually, and they had to suffer devastating losses along the way. Perhaps the death of friends or family, or perhaps friends and family were claimed by the bad thing and had to be put down, or they remain damned. The poor bastard in this story pattern may wish he or she hadn't survived, which I suppose makes this overlap with the poor bastard is eternally damned pattern. Stephen King's The Dark Half is a good example of this, and his novel Dr. Sleep. We see the toll surviving the events of the Overlook Hotel has taken on the adult Danny Torrance. If the poor bastard conquers hell is like a soldier returning victoriously from a battle, this pattern is a soldier returning physically disabled and with PTSD. This always strikes me as one of the more realistic patterns in horror, regardless of whether the bad thing is realistic itself or supernatural in nature. What normal person could go up against a truly bad thing and come out unscathed? The next one is the poor bastard is transformed by hell. This is similar to the last pattern, but the change in the character is deeper, more profound. In horror, there's often the cliche of a character who's dealt previously with the bad thing and been so traumatized that they are locked up in a mental hospital, where the current hero can conveniently find them and ask them questions about the bad thing and how to fight it. Sometimes these characters have been driven completely insane by their encounter with the bad thing. Other times, the experience was too much for them and they isolate themselves from others and want nothing to do with the bad thing, until they are forced to contend with it once more. Or they refuse to help the current hero, but show up at the climax because they could, in good conscience, stay away. The character may be profoundly altered by their encounter with the bad thing. Maybe they can no longer sleep. Maybe they're blind or can't speak. Maybe they suffer terrible nightmares whenever they do sleep. This overlaps with severe wounds and scars of the previous pattern, but the wounds are specific and constitute a permanent change for the character. We have 3 more to go. This one is carries hell with him. The poor bastard may have conquered the bad thing, merely survived it, or was conquered by it. Whatever the outcome, the poor bastard forever after carries a small portion of hell with him. Maybe the character defeated the homicidal ghost, but now the ghost dwells within them and is always whispering terrible things in the character's mind. Maybe the character is cursed somehow, and he or she must learn to live with it. Maybe the character sees hallucinations of the bad thing afterwards, and may always see them, like Paul Sheldon at the end of Misery. Another variation on severe wounds and scars, but now the bad thing, or at least part of it, exists within the main character. The other one is drags others to hell or brings hell to them. Great example, the ending of the film version of Clive Barker's Midnight Meat Train. That does not sound pleasant. The poor bastard in this story conquers a servant of darkness, only to end up replacing him. In this pattern, such an outcome is usually implied by the ending. We don't get an entirely new story in which we witness the poor bastard now serving the bad thing, but it's made clear that's exactly what's going to happen. A similar ending occurs in Roman Polanski's The Fearless Vampire Killers, where the heroes defeat a group of vampires only to carry the contagion with them as they head home. This type of ending can feel false if it's forced. If the poor bastard fought the bad thing's influence for so long, why does he or she give in to it at the end? Such a drastic reversal needs to be set up well and clearly foreshadowed. I enjoy endings like this. It gives the story a twist at the end and the bad thing wins. It's horror's version of a tragic ending. Darkness has not only triumphed, it's claimed the hero as its own. And the final one is they become the devil. This is similar to a couple other patterns on this list, but instead of merely being conquered by the bad thing, the main character becomes the bad thing, joining completely with it or taking over from it. A hero kills the master vampire, only to be bitten and ended up taking the master vampire's place. A descendant of Dr. Frankenstein learns his ancestors' secrets and decides to repeat the experiments, intending not to make the same mistakes his ancestor did. But instead of creating the perfect godlike being, he ends up making another damned monster that goes on a rampage. This could be the way the hero beats the bad thing, by usurping its power. But the hero is forever after tainted by darkness, like Tom Cruise's character in the 2017 version of The Mummy. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss, or worse. Will Graham in the Hannibal TV series struggles with this. His highly empathetic image allows him to get into the mindset of a serial killer, but doing so damages him, contaminates him. In this case, becoming the devil isn't a story outcome that occurs, but rather one Graham fights to avoid. So our final exercise is going to be, where'd we go? Let's say, so which of these outcomes do you like most as a reader or a writer? And if so, what about it appeals to you? How would your favorite endings correspond with your written out other traits? And we're going to free write for 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay. Cool. Okay. So, do we want 5 minutes? Let's see. Let's go 7 minutes. Okay. Let me see if I can condense this. Okay. Paste. I'm going to use my flash fiction editing abilities to condense. Let's see. Endings. Okay, please fit within one comment. Yes! Okay. Let me get it up to 7 minutes. Spinning. Okay, here we go. So I'll stop sharing that and share this instead. Okay. So we are going to be figuring out what kinds of endings we like best. If so, why? And how would that kind of ending correspond with our otherness? So this is going to be our final exercise. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. That was the fastest 7 minutes of my life. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, let's see. CJ says, I enjoy endings that make me learn or grow as a person because healing has always been a thing for me. I've had to learn and grow so much. It's my normal, so feeling less alone allows me to pretend. There you go. I'm normal or not lonely in my journey of life. There you go. That's beautiful. I don't know why, but my brain needs to take it to the sad extreme for a while before it'll let me do more happy endings. I have to explore the dark side before I can come to terms with it and get to the happier endings. But that's just my brain. So an example I came up with was the Eternally Damned one, so the tragedy. And I went with the lighthearted one. I'm replaced by my dog for a clone that gives him more treats, and I am made into those treats. Yeah. That is one tragedy. I did come up with two others. I came up with Escape with Severe Wounds and Scars ending. And it is, I leave my religious college, but their hooks are still in my psyche. I must go through deprogramming, but my sense of self is skewed, requiring therapy for years. I am forced to leave my brother behind at the college as he chooses the cult over freedom. So that's my fictional take on me actually going to a religious college. All four of us kids actually went to two of the different campuses of the religious college. And my brother's the one that's still in the religion. But yeah, so just taking aspects and putting them in there. My other Eternally Damned one is my hallucinations have taken over, my dreams seeping into the waking world. I can no longer tell what is real and doubt everything. The pack of black dogs are my constant companions, growing more hostile as my condition worsens. So that is my fear of what would happen if I did not take my medications. So just taking it more to an extreme. Let's see. CJ says, I am the same way. In my first novel, you cry a lot before you heal. Yeah. So my final point, one thing my intro to novel writing teacher said a couple months ago was that we give our traits to our characters, but not exactly the same traits, so that we keep some distance and protect ourselves. If we are dealing with grief from the death of a parent, maybe the character is dealing with the death of a grandmother or a childhood pet. If we are dealing with a traumatic divorce, maybe our character is going through a different traumatic legal proceeding with similar feelings. You don't have to take her word to heart, though. I just thought I would share that just in case that would help somebody. You don't have to give them the exact same trauma. It can be a variation that has similar feelings. So yeah, thank you so much for attending. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Right Now-a-thon. And I'm Laura Nettles, and stay spooky. I believe we have giveaways.
Yes, I was going to say, don't go nowhere yet. Okay, so we need to do your giveaway. All right. So I say hit draw. There we go. So I don't have sound effects.
CJ! Oh, common!
It was because I was trying to get people to do it. Can we redraw? Because yeah, no. If I try to get people to do it and I don't spell out hashtag and I actually do the hashtag, I messed up. No, don't pick common again. Oh, Chatsol!
Woo! Is Chatsol in the US?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
It is a physical.
Yes, she is going to do the form and then she will get with you. But before you leave, I need you to do an outro. And please, at the end of your outro, say right now. Coffin's going to put them all together.
All right.
And go.
Oh, we have the digital giveaway.
You are absolutely correct. Chetzel, can you do the giveaway again?
Uno más.
Yes, because she has 2. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for reminding me. All right, so who's going to get
the digital?
The digital. I could still get this. And Mel gets the digital. That's awesome. I will
Yay!
While you do your outro, please add right now at the end.
Okay. I'm Laura Nettles. Thank you for being here. I am a author of spooky and scary, and I'm delving into the dark academia. Thank you for being here. It has been a great pleasure, and right now.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Right Now Thon. And next we have, Chetzel, if you can pop it up, Michael Evans coming in, which he also has another giveaway. So I hope everyone's excited for that.
So I dip now?
Yes, you dip. Sorry.
All right. Bye.
And Mel, that is the form for your winning. And Chetzel, we will get Michael's giveaway up and to get Michael on screen so he can talk about his. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you doing?
Good, Courtney. This is amazing. I actually was like, there's like no way this is going on all night. Like, when I got the email, I was like, is this like a typo? And then I was like, no, like they're really serious. This is incredible.
We are.
This is very fun.
Okay. I have a couple of things I need. Yes.
You're good. Also, I have is my time slot a half hour or like I'm cool like however long or short I need to fill things into. Is it an hour? Like I'm cool with anything. I just want to make sure.
I believe you're a half hour.
Okay, cool. We'll get it all in a half hour then. Beautiful.
All right. So you want to talk about your giveaway?
Sure. Let's talk about the giveaway first. And then I think I have a very, well, I'd love to hear from folks kind of like who's like authors, who's screenwriters. I'm guessing we are probably mostly authors or at least writing books and prose here.
Yeah, we have a lot of different types of genres. We have quite a few screenwriters. I have not seen them in the comment section right now.
Oh, okay. I am excited that we have some screenwriters here. So yeah. I'm super, okay. This is probably a talk more meant for authors who have not written, a screenplay yet. So I think if that's you, like you're going to hopefully get a lot from this. And if you are a screenwriter, I think you'll also get a lot from it in a slightly different way. So we'll talk more about that, but the giveaway is pretty simple. Basically, I run a platform that turns any book or script into a movie or show or any type of film with AI. And in the process, you don't have to just make a full movie. You can go book straight to script. You can go script to storyboard or from storyboard to full film. So a lot of different steps in the process. And we're giving away just $100 in AI credits to someone who is here and who I guess wins the giveaway. So you can start to, that should be enough to either make a short film or turn like a full book into a full storyboard for like a full length film. So it can get you pretty far away along. And if I'm kind of using words that are unfamiliar to some of you, storyboard, etc., I think we'll cover a lot of that in my talk, but ultimately all of this is about turning your story into something that could be seen on screen.
That's awesome. All right. So if you guys want this giveaway, #screen to enter. We're going to give it away before the end of his presentation. So let's get him in.
Epic.
Because you need this for your presentation, correct?
It would be, I think as we're doing it, like I was realizing like it would be great to do it live, but then I'm like, what I would need from you is like your actual story that you want to turn into something. I think on the time slot we have might be tough. So instead, whoever wins, and I'm also happy to as well if we want to pick 2 winners, because why not? If that's okay with y'all, we can award
Yeah.
2 winners. You
Yeah, it's
just will
after hours. We can do that. Let's go.
let's do it. So let's do 2 winners. You'll just send an email into to hello@creatorwood.tv, and I'll give your account those coins. So like very, very simple. So we'll just credit your account. If you don't have an account, it's free to make one. And or you could like give me your email and I'll write it down. So whoever the 2 winners are, I need a way to contact
We'll
you.
have all that from the form. But
Oh,
yes.
great. Okay, then
Yes,
cool.
we'll
As long
have
as I
all
have
that
2
from the
emails,
form.
beautiful.
Okay, so here now, there's going to be 2 winners. So if you want it, #screen. All right, so if you want to do that, then do you want to go on with your presentation and then we'll do it at the end?
Yeah, let's dive in, because this is going to be a few foundational concepts I want to talk with people in preparation for this. I was actually thinking really hard about the problems I've seen adapting books to scripts, and how that kind of changes how I think about screenwriting. But first, let me share a little bit of what I hope your takeaways are, and then my background, and then we'll dive into actually what you're going to learn today.
Okay, well,
Which
I'm
will
going
be
to hop
fun.
down and then let you have the whole show
Okay,
then. If you need me,
sounds great.
I'm around.
Okay, sounds great, Courtney. Sounds great. First of all, thank you all for coming. This is such a fun event. If you have any questions, I'd love if you could put them in the chat. We can make this very conversational. This is actually, I try anytime I present something for it to be the first time I present something. This is the first time I'm presenting this, and it's a kind of a new concept even for me to be sharing with. So as I teach this, I'd love your feedback on if this is clear, if this is something that makes sense to you. But there's 3 takeaways that I want you to have by the end of this session. And my goal will be that this lasts roughly 22 to 23 minutes. So we'll have at least 5 minutes for questions. That's at least the goal. So there's 3 takeaways I want for you. The first is that you understand what the language of visual storytelling is and why a script is really important in essentially being the translation between a story and a in written format and a visual story. A script is really a translation engine of taking a story, again, in a written format, and turning it into a visual format. So that's takeaway number 1, and we're going to hit on that more in this talk. The second takeaway is the importance of what I'm calling a script blueprint. And a script blueprint is the set of adaptation rules that you use to take a written story and bring it to screen. Okay? And then the third takeaway is going to be the script assembly, which is actually how you can take a script blueprint. Essentially, what are the rules? How are you going to specifically adapting a story? What's the POV? How are you going to be treating different types of scenes? And then actually building it and creating that script. So these are the 3 things we're going to be talking about and that I'll actually be showing you today. So let me dive in and let's actually just look at a script, because if you are a screenwriter, then you've definitely seen a script before. And I apologize because this will be a review for you. But if you haven't seen a script before, I'm just sharing screen now and it's giving me the tips. That's great. Awesome. Okay, let's dive in. So hopefully y'all can see my screen, or at least, yes, here we go. I see it now. Perfect. So this is a script. Okay. And let's first break down the parts of this script, because before we can even dive into any of these 3 takeaways and why they matter, and they are really fun takeaways, I promise, we first have to understand what a script is. So a script is, again, essentially just a format of telling a story, but this format is specific for helping us make a visual story. And there's a few components to a script and how it's formatted that's really interesting. So first is the scene heading. So this will always be typically bolded, and it'll start with interior, which is INT stands for interior, or exterior, which is EXT. I'm going to try and zoom in here a little bit. It's a little bit tough with screen share. Let's see what I can do. It's gonna be a little tough for me to screen share, but I'm highlighting with my cursor. You might be able to see that or not, but that part of it, that INT part. The next part is essentially the action or description that happens, the first action in the scene. So this is going to actually set the scene for us. This one says, the Spandau's black walls and sealed concrete floor hem in yellow parking lot light. A cowboy leans against the building, guitar in hand, picking slow, bluesy notes that hang in the cold air. Our car idles on North High. A man steps out, drawn toward the music. So this is the first set of action in the script. And how a script goes is action, then character, and dialogue, which we can see here. Brand is the name of the character. And Brand is saying their first line of dialogue. People that I meet, perfect little sheep. They never ever realize they're in way too deep, which is quite poetic. And I can feel it's almost like we're in iambic pentameter now. And then we go back into another description. And then we go into more dialogue, which this is quite a lengthy piece of dialogue here. But we can see here that this is actually this script in and of itself is actually not for a typical film. It's actually for a musical, which is even a little bit cooler. That's what is happening here. That's why you also see a lot of like music emphasis in the script. Pretty interesting that this is how the script came together. But all this to say that this is what you would actually see filmed on screen, right? This tells a director, if you're working with a director. This tells an actor, right? If you're working with an actor and actress, it tells you what their lines are going to be. It tells you, if I'm a director, who I need to cast. It tells you what scenes I'm going to need and where, because if you continue flipping through the script, you can see all the different locations. And again, it's weird because if you haven't written a script before, it's like, this is like an interesting form of storytelling. And what you have to think about is this form of storytelling, it's not meant to be read and enjoyed in and of itself. Like scripts are not supposed, I mean, scripts can be super exciting to read, but that's not the format that it's meant to be consumed in. Scripts are supposed to be translated to the screen, right? And they're supposed to actually become, shots with settings and budgets behind these things that people can understand, and casts, right? So that's what a script is, ultimately a language for us to create a visual story. And the question then becomes two things. One is, what does this visual story actually look like? I'm going to show you actually what a script starts to look like as it comes to life. And that's what we'll see at the storyboard stage of a film. And then we're going to go back and start with your story and how you actually turn your story into a script. But we're still hammering away on takeaway number one here, which is really, really key. And I actually realized I just jumped into things after the takeaway. I didn't even share a bit about me. I guess it's late and I forgot that. So let me just do a brief 1-minute detour. I'm an author by trade. I've written 12 sci-fi novels. I started writing books 10 years ago now. I started publishing 8 years ago, and just love technology, love storytelling, and did that for quite a while and was a self-published author in high school. When I got to college, I started doing YouTube. I went to go work for Mr. Beast, and I did strategy for Mr. Beast. And there I kind of got to see the apparatus of how he makes viral videos and really got to see the process of how it all works. And from there, I got super fascinated with my passion for fiction storytelling and my passion for video and how we can merge these together. And with recent developments in AI, this has started to become possible. And what Creatorwood does, and it's the company that I started along with my co-founder, it's essentially a movie studio in a box that helps you go from story to completed film, all with AI in one space. This talk is mostly focused on scripts, which is one area of what Creatorwood does, and just one crucial, super important area of actually, turning your story into a film. But I'm very lucky that I kind of get to live the dream and combine all my passions into one, where I take storytelling, technology, and a lot of my experience, and ultimately try and help writers like you bring their story to film. And I think what's really interesting about this is that when you get to the end of today, I told you there's 3 takeaways, but whether you want to make a movie or not from your book, whether you want to use AI to do it or whether you want to use traditional production, all valid paths, or whether you're not interested in making a film at all, what you'll understand once you understand how scripts work and once you understand the language of film and ultimately visual storytelling, you'll understand how you can write a book and write any story, script or not, with film in mind, which is never a bad thing. Writing, even if you don't want to turn your book into a movie now, hey, maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you want to make a television show out of your book, it's good to know what can work better on screen when you're writing your story. So I hope that's like the big picture takeaway from today. And then obviously, if you are interested in making a movie or show, Creatorwood has a lot of awesome stuff for you, and also giving away some stuff to hopefully get you started on the platform if you're interested. But let's now go back. We're talking about scripts, right? We're talking about the formatting of scripts. This might be a review for many of you. For many of you, it might not be a review. But what I want to now show you is why this stuff matters. Because again, it can feel kind of arbitrary, the language of a script. But I'm telling you, this is so important because this language exists and this formatting exists to help us ultimately bring something to life on screen. Let me show you exactly why. So when you look at a script itself, it's almost too abstract. You're looking at words, and it's tough to see how it actually translates to screen. But storyboards are a little different. A storyboard, as you'll come to see in just a moment, is a much better picture of actually what something looks like on screen. So I'm going to show you a project of a 10-minute film that you can actually watch on your own. I don't want to like take up our precious 30 minutes here together watching a 10-minute film. That would be a third of our time together spent on watching a film. But this film is on the creatorwood.tv homepage. So when I share this with you, you can easily find it there and watch it for free. But essentially what a storyboard is a translation, or it's the next step after you have a script, right? So you have a script, and that script is broken down by scenes, which we break down the scenes here in your story, right? Everything that's happening right here is your scenes. And that script doesn't necessarily tell you what shots are happening. It doesn't tell you what those characters look like. It doesn't tell you what the visual progression of the story looks like. But it's that blueprint that eventually becomes the storyboard. And the storyboard is fantastic because now we get to actually see this story come to life and start to see what it looks like. You can see the final video and what this actually all looks like on creatorwood.tv. But you can see here is the beginning of this story coming to life. So let's look at this. We can see here the scene opens. It's a wide action shot. Camera notes, this is the camera movement. It's a wide tracking shot. This duration just says how long the shot is. And then the sound cues just says the sounds that are going to be happening here, which you can tell this is, again, it's an opening shot of a film. And we're kind of getting into the scenery here. Then we can keep going and see that this next shot is, again, still now zooming in on the grass. We're having a sort of slow cinematic opening here. And you can see how this might be different from the opening of a lot of stories, which we'll talk about in a moment. Books and screen are different formats. And oftentimes we want to write slightly differently for both. Or even very differently. This is, again, a wide shot now. Now we're seeing the military truck come in, and now we're finally seeing our character here, and we're seeing him driving the vehicle. So we can start to see the action happening, the movement of the shots, and we can see all this come together with the scene frames here. This is a much more visual way of looking at it. So now you can see why a script really matters, because a script is a very simple document, but that script starts to really lay out what this looks like that now can be brought to life. And what we do at Creatorwood is we automatically convert scripts into storyboards for you with all of your characters and settings there. And then we also turn books automatically into scripts that can then turn into storyboards. But it's still super important to know what makes a good script and what makes a good visual story. But hopefully now you understand a little bit more about why scripts are essentially the translation engine of going from story to this visual format. Because now we can see this come to life. We can see the visual progression of the scene. And just by looking at these shots, you can start to understand the tension here, right? All of this isn't totally obvious when you're actually reading a book, right? How is this going to look? But the script is that middleman that's going, okay, we're going to take this book, we're going to put it into a script, and now we can turn that script into something like this and film this. And once you film this, you now have a film. And again, I might be oversimplifying here, but we only have a half hour. And what I want to now dive into is the most important step, which is, okay, great. You now understand why a script is important. You now understand that it's the foundation of visual storytelling. But this doesn't always let us know what we'll say is a quote unquote good script, right? So let me stop sharing my screen and let's come back out. Great. To our main area. So hi folks. What I want to share now is what I'm calling a script blueprint. Now, what I'll say about the script blueprint is this is how I think about starting a script whether you have an idea for a story or whether you have a book or an existing story you want to adapt to a script. It's useful for both. And this script blueprint is what we'll say is a set of narrative rules that dictate how you want your visual story to progress and be shown. And understanding these rules before you dive into, actually writing your script, whether you are starting with an existing story or just an idea, is crucial. I'll give an example from the world of prose. If you don't know your POV or narrator before you begin your book, you might have some brutal editing to do if you're starting in first person and then switching to third person, right? I've done this before. Okay, it's really not fun to have to edit that out when you switch halfway through. And it's also okay to switch. I'm not saying you shouldn't switch, but obviously these are things that, like, keeping consistent and having an opinion of, okay, this is why this should be the POV for this. Like, if I'm writing maybe a YA contemporary romance, maybe I want to do first person POV and switch between my heroine and my hero each way, right? Okay, cool. That might make sense. Maybe you don't. Maybe you want to do third person POV for whatever reason. Great. That's also awesome. But establishing that up front helps understand, again, what our story should be. So what you might be wondering then is, what are the rules, right, of creating scripts that we should know and that we can adjust? There are a total, and this is a good bit to learn, so we're going to write them all down. There's a total of 9, okay? 9 rules. We're going to go through them all, and then that's going to be most of the rest of the talk. Okay, the script, the last step, the script assembly step, is very, very quick. But once you understand these 9 elements of what the blueprint of a script is, and for you, what you need to think about creatively, because you already know now the format of a script, but creatively, you need to know, what knobs can I pull on to, like, make my script something awesome. So I'm going to go through these, and then I'll answer your questions, and please put any questions you have in the chat. And I'm very happy to share all this as well, written down. I'll actually try and put in the comments as well, in the end, my notes, because I have a lot of notes. So let me just copy and paste this. Maybe I can, I'm sure I can send it in the chat. So I'll do that in the end, but let me go through my notes right now. So first is the POV and narrative lens. Okay. This could be different from prose to a script. Ultimately, what a POV and a narrative lens is the viewpoint that governs the adaptation, right? So a strict POV would follow, your book's POV or the prose's POV exactly. You could have a primary character POV where you center one character for most of the film. Most films are a omniscient cinematic POV where they'll cross-cut freely between different POVs, or they have an observer POV where we're just looking at the person who's the center of the action, and that'll shift throughout time. So there's many different types of POV in film, and it's important to know what POV you want for which scene and when. That's a very important knob to turn on that you can do differently from a book to a script. Like, the POV can literally be different chapter by chapter. And this is part of, like, what makes the visual format powerful, is what POV will actually get the point across and move the story along in a way that's going to be powerful for the audience. Next is the structural format. So when we talk about a book, we're oftentimes talking about something that we just flip the pages on, right? We know this has a beginning and an end, and the packaging of this book is going to be a singular book. But that's an oversimplification. In reality, books have many different kinds of packaging. We can have series of books where, instead of having one big long book, we break that book up. We also, instead of having a single book, can have serials, right? Where we have chapter by chapter, cliffhangers at the end of each one. Turns out film's the same way. And we want to know, going into it, how are we packaging our film? Is this a feature-length film? Is this a season? If it's a season, how long are the episodes? Is this a vertical film? If it's a vertical film, that's actually a film that's literally 9:16. Apps like DramaBox and Real Shorts have these. DramaBox, by the way, was downloaded more times in the US than Netflix last year. Really, really popular app. And with vertical, these are like 90-second episodes, right? And then there's also just short films. So there's just so many different, again, packaging for films, which dictate how you're going to package your story. And these things aren't one-to-one. Like, if you're taking a book and making it into a script, it's not one-to-one. So these are really, really important things. And then other things as well are, if you're doing episodic, Do you want these hanging on cliffhangers all the time? What's the intensity of that? So like, where are you chopping up the story and ending these arcs to generate audience excitement? Next is what we'll call really scene density and verbosity. So film, and this will really dictate your length, is about how literal do you want your ideas translated to screen, right? If you have like a high scene density from book to script, what this is ultimately going to mean is that you're taking everything that's happening in that book, if it's super high, and turning it into something that's one-to-one on screen. There's nothing wrong with that. That can be a good approach. You're probably gonna have a longer film, but that's okay. But you also might have moments where you want to dial that down, and you're actually going to be aggressively cutting and combining scenes and compressing things to move it along faster, so that parts of the story, let's say we're heavy in internal monologue or heavy in exposition, we're moving along so that we can show what really matters on screen, and let the audience, fill in the gaps elsewhere. And this is where like the format is slightly different. Like a lot of that backstory that you would tell in a book is just not going to be on screen. And this is oftentimes why you'll see books have maybe a prologue, but films will jump right into the inciting incident oftentimes. Now, many books do too. So this is not, rules that are followed all the time, but just things to keep in mind. So next is how you want to translate internal thoughts and internal monologues. There's different ways you can do this depending on each scene. So you can take an internal thought or monologue and make it a dramatization. So you can actually have it shown on screen, but in a way that's dramatized. Maybe if it's a flashback or a specific emotion of the character. You can see this all the time too, in films where you'll literally have a character who's like thinking back or thinking about something and imagining that, and you can see that imagination playing out in screen that's supposed to be on their mind, right? You can have essentially dialogue heavy sections where maybe there's B-roll and a narration from the character. B-roll, for folks who might be familiar with that, you'll know that B-roll is essentially something that's supplemental footage that doesn't contain what is called A-roll, which is like the core action and dialogue and people speaking or acting on screen. B-roll will be supplemental footage that you still can display on screen, that might include, different things in the background, that might include, cityscapes, etc. And then there's even ways to do environmental storytelling as well. Silence, having different props on screen, again, to adapt these internal thoughts. Next is, again, the tonal register of your film. This one's probably the biggest one when it comes to thinking about the audio, right? Tone and audio are super, super connected, not only how characters are speaking, but also the music in specific scenes. And a lot of times in stories, tone you're going to convey in a slightly different way. If it's prose, you're going to convey it through adjectives. But these adjectives are not going to show up on screen. Instead, this is literally going to become sound. This is literally going to become, style of film and lighting. So you want to understand, okay, if this is supposed to be sad, how do I want this to show up on screen in a specific way? And traditionally, if you're a screenwriter, you might actually not be thinking about these things that much. Many screenwriters are trained to be like, director decides emotion, director decides lighting. I think this is true to a certain extent. But the more you can understand about the entire filmmaking process and the entire adaptation process, the better scripts you'll write. And this is useful whether you're doing AI filmmaking on Creatorwood or whether you're using a traditional filmmaking process. Like, understanding the desired final output is always a good thing. Next, and we'll keep going here, I know we're about to hit up time soon, pacing and rhythm. It's, again, how fast you want the story to move on screen. And this is most important with average shot length. So do you want shots to run shorter or longer on average? When I was working with Mr. Beast, we actually found that shot length should vary based on timing of the film. In the beginning of the film, shorter shot lengths would lead to higher engagement. And later in the film, longer shot lengths were better. Next is ultimately visual explicitness, right? How explicit do you want to be about the visuals and what they should look and sound and describe in the script? Some people like to add more details to their script. Some people like to add less visual details and let, either the AI or the director or the cast fill that in more. It's up to you how you want to go about that. But how explicit you are about details in your script is another thing. And the next is, do you want to generate, if you're going from prose, assuming you're going from prose, but even if it's a net new story, how inventive do you want to be? Do you want to add new things and new plot lines or secondary arcs and characters that didn't exist in the book that you're trying to bring to screen? This is possible. It happens all the time. And it's another great thing to do. And then last, but certainly not least, and then we'll close off here, is genre emphasis. So this one I really think is important. In books, there's lots more ways to merge and make genres blend in interesting ways. Of course, you can do this in film, but there's also like tropes that literally show up on screen now that you need to decide, like, which tropes do you want to show on screen? Which genre emphasis do you want to be the highlight of the film, right? And sometimes you might want to lean into action. Maybe it's the mystery or the horror aspect of it. But genre is really important. And you can actually emphasize a different genre in prose versus film, which is just kind of wild to think about. So there's a lot here, I know. But with this script blueprint, understanding these different knobs you can pull on, the idea is that you can then do our last step, and I'll pause right after this, which is script assembly, which is actually taking your story idea and all these different, what I'll call knobs, or the blueprint you use to create that, and assemble an amazing story. But ultimately, you can't assemble an amazing story if you don't understand the why, essentially what we're going for, why scripts are the important visual foundation of a film and this translation engine. And then 2, the things you can do to adjust this translation engine, all these knobs that we can pull on, genre, visual explicitness, etc., to make it more powerful. Okay, that's all I have. I'd love to cover some questions. And then there we go. Yep, and then interior, exterior. Yes, the engine, essentially you upload your book or script. It turns the book or script into a storyboard, and then from there, the storyboard you can turn into a film with AI. How do you break down a 100-word story that is mostly atmosphere with no dialogue? So ultimately, you're going to, like, from an audio perspective, I think the music and the ambient noise will be most important there. And then you would still, like, with any scene, it's like the action that's happening, the key action. There's still going to probably be action or movement in that story. So I think that's the key thing to understand, is what is that action, and centering the scene around that action, if that makes sense. And I think 100 words would probably just be a single scene, most likely. Let's see, any other questions? Okay, any other questions? And then our 2 winners, I'm super excited to chat with y'all and get y'all some things. That's why I'm so glad I paid for an editor, because it totally did not. Good point.
Yeah, no, that was when you were talking about tenses and you don't want to go halfway through.
Yeah.
I totally did not do that. Okay, so if you guys want to turn your stuff into a script using the AI in this giveaway, #screen, final chance. Hit draw. All right, first winner.
Oh, it's like, it's odd. That's
me. Go me.
Wow. Okay. I love it.
Yay. Okay. All right. Second winner.
Hey,
wow.
I love it. That's so cool.
Okay. When we get all the form stuff, Kaufman will get with you on that.
Great.
Yes. I need you to do it.
I would love to chat with y'all too, when you're coming on. I would be very happy to show you around everything. And yeah, we'll get y'all in. This will be a ton of fun.
Yeah, and if you want to put your notes somewhere, those would probably be best in the Discord, just so you're not dealing with the limited comments. Like,
sure, let's do it. Let me. Can I just jump in now? Is that cool?
The Discord? Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Totally. Yeah. But I need you to do an outro, and then I need your last word to be right now, please.
Okay. Well, thank y'all for being here. This is so much fun. One thing I'll just end off on is, your stories can literally become anything, whether it's a script, whether it's a movie or a video game. Your stories are so powerful, and it's why I always like to say storytellers of the world. And ultimately, none of this matters if you don't write now. So keep writing now, and you'll make amazing stuff happen.
Thank you. All right, next we have Josh, and Soul, do you have his stuff? Yes. Okay. So, hi.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, why am I that way? I'm new. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Okay, so can we change the background to Josh's, please? Thank you. All right, and then do you need anything from me? Or are you good to go?
No, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, we have screenwriting for indie artists. The session breaks down how to write a compelling script designed for small budget, lean crews, and creative independence for your story has a real path from page to screen.
Awesome. Thank you. I hope you guys can hear me okay. It's 10:30 my time over here, so everyone in the house is asleep. Can everyone hear me okay? Is this loud enough? Trying to make sure that the kids don't wake up, you know? Okay, cool. Well, like she said, my name is Josh. It's great to be here with you all. Just a little bit of background about me. I've been writing since I was in elementary school, pretty much. And I didn't. It was just very creative stuff. It was like nothing crazy. I just was doing stuff, and I liked history. I liked learning things. So I would take the things that I would learn and try to write stories about it a little bit. I was very much into like war historical stuff. So I would like make historical fiction. Okay, it says I can hear you. Okay, cool. Awesome. But I never really looked at, I didn't even know what screenwriting was. I didn't know that. I loved movies ever since I was a kid. I didn't know that there was a process to writing a film beforehand and then taking that written word and transferring it into a movie. I didn't understand how that worked. And then in middle school, I checked out a book or a screenplay for the first time. I looked at a screenplay. It was in the library. It was the screenplay to The Phantom Menace, which is probably not the best screenplay to have your introduction into screenwriting, but it worked for me because it was something that I didn't really know how that worked, and it was really cool to see it on paper, to see it, the written word, and so that kind of stuck with me in 2007 in my senior year in high school when I made my first movie. I took a lot of what I remembered from that screenplay, and I started typing. I started making my own scripts, and so that's kind of how I got introduced to it. So I have a question here. What is considered a small budget for a 5-minute short film? I think it really depends on you. I think it depends on what you think is a small budget, because I've seen some 5-minute films that people spend 10, 20 grand on. And so it's really depending on what story it is that you're writing. It's funny how it worked out for me after high school. When I made my first film and I kind of fell in love with filmmaking, I kind of just trained myself to write based around my means. I live in a very small town. I didn't grow up with a lot of money. And so I just started writing stories of things that I could film in my own backyard or in my own down my street with 2 or 3 friends. So I've personally made a lot of 5-minute short films. I've got 30 plus 5-minute films on my channel right now that cost me next to nothing to make, because I just had all the resources around me. I can go to a lot of free locations here in the high desert. I live in a small town that's an hour and a half east of Los Angeles, California, and no one ever bothers me when I'm out. Making movies. We'll go to like a park or a restaurant or something, sit outside with my few friends when I set up my camera, and nobody bothers me. Nobody likes it. They'll come and ask, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And sometimes I just tell them, "Hey, we're making a movie." And that's it. They're like, "Okay, cool, no problem." So it's really cool to be able to have those kinds of things. And so for me anyways, to fully answer your question, no, for me, it hasn't been the budget is really small. It's really tiny. Sometimes it's non-existent. Sometimes it's zero. But that's okay, and it just depends on what it is that you are going for. If you are trying to make this incredible short film that you want to shop around to Sundance or a major film festival, and you want to get some actors, you can get big time actors involved in a 5-minute film and a 10-minute film if you write a good enough story to attract that type of talent and you have a good enough budget. But if all you want to do is just express yourself and create art, which is what I do, you don't have to worry about budget too much. I'm very blessed to work in an area. I've met a lot of really good and talented creative people that want to act, that want to be in movies, but they don't have an agent. They don't have the means to be close to the Hollywood environment. And so here's me with my little YouTube channel, that I make my little short films on. And I'm like, I'm a filmmaker. I write and direct, and they're an actor. They want to act. So it's like the two combine and we make art. We make these funny little short films that you can find on my channel. But getting back to writing, it kind of really goes into what it is that I was wanting to talk about, because I haven't really made too much money from screenwriting. I've been writing since 2007 is when I wrote my first screenplay. It's been almost 20 years. And in that time, I've made less than $500 from screenwriting, altogether. So that might not sound too inspiring to some people. Some of you might be wanting to like sell a screenplay or maybe work as a screenwriter as your full-time job. You listen to me, who's up here talking and saying all this stuff. That might not be too exciting, might not be too inspiring. But again, for me, it's not really about making money. It's not really about having this as a career. I get to express myself. I get to make the art that I love to make. I get to find a comedy voice that's really mine, because I don't have to worry about abiding by certain rules of the studio system. One of the things, there's a lot of things that I don't like plan to sell. Any of the screenplays that I've written so far, I haven't really written them with the intent to sell them. I've written them with the intent of me one day having the means to make them into an actual film. And again, I'm not knocking anyone who wants to sell their screenplays or wants to be a writer and sell their screenplays as a full-time job. More power to you. I hope you make it. I hope you go out there and make it one day. I hope you're able to sell your screenplays and do what it is that you want to do. For me, what I get the most fulfillment from is just being able to tell stories in the way that I want to tell them. Any tips of where to look for talent or be on the crew to act? I'm in San Diego and I've heard of put up flyers in college. That's a great way to market yourself. I do a lot of Facebook groups. If you type in filmmaking in San Diego on Facebook, I'm sure you'll see a couple of groups that pop up, and there's probably 100,000 people, hundreds or thousands of people in the group. In LA, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands in one group, and you can do that, but I've found that being in a small town, a lot of people might see that as a negative. I see it as a positive, because I'm able to go out and really find these people. If I go on certain groups that are in my town, I'm able to put out messages, not necessarily a flyer, but I'll put a post up on a Facebook group and say, hey, I'm a filmmaker, I'm looking to collaborate with people. And I'm finding good people that way. And the cool thing is that they're not expecting any sort of payment. I always try to feed my cast and crew. I always try to give them a copy of what it is that the project that we're making. I'm on IMDb, so I can give them IMDb credit. I can put them on IMDb if that's something that they're interested in. So that's there's different ways to do that. There's different ways of communicating, but definitely send people, if you see someone that's on Facebook or on Instagram that you see that you find out they're in your town and that they're also into filmmaking, send them a message. I respond to all DMs. I'm Josh Makes Movies on Instagram, on YouTube. If you send me a DM on Instagram, I'll respond. I'm just an open type of guy. Some people, I've connected with people on Facebook, just sending them a message, just sending them a friend request, and I started a conversation. Now we work together. So there's different ways to do that. But that's kind of what I'm getting back to. If that's what you want to do, if you want to write a screenplay to sell it, and if that's your definition of success, more power to you, man. Go for it. Learn. There's so many books, there's so many resources, there's so many YouTube videos now. Like, you don't even need to go to school for it anymore. You can learn everything you need directly from the internet. But what I'm trying to get at is there's a lot of even let's talk about, like, for example, the people that are working professionally right now in the industry. There's a lot of things that they have frustrations with the industry. You'll probably even hear it if you have friends who are working in the industry. There's so many different things that people don't like. I've heard the main ones I've heard is, number one, I don't have control of my stories or my movies, right? The studio does. The executive producers do. The studio heads or whoever is above is in charge. They have control of my stories. I've heard I'm on someone else's timetable. I have to turn in a project by a certain period of time, because if I don't, that's on me. I can get fired. I can get this. I can be taken away from my own movie. Number three, not enough money in the budget for my vision. I have to cut corners. I have to cut things out of my screenplay because there's not enough money in the budget to make what it is that I'm trying to make. And lastly, no control or not enough control over who works on my project. I want to work with certain people. I want to work with my friends, but I can't because I'm tied down by the studio system that's telling me these are the people that you need, that you're going to work with. If you're borrowing or you're taking other people's money, those people have a say in how your art is made. So that's why I like what I get to do. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you and say that all of the movies that I've made you can look at my YouTube channel, check out my YouTube channel. You'll see a lot of my stuff is just, scrappy, and that's okay. That's what I like. That's how I like it. But what I'm saying is, not a lot of my contemporaries, a lot of people that are also filmmakers, that are coming up and coming just like I am, they look at my YouTube channel and they kind of look down on it a little. They're like, that those aren't real films. And even in the industry, most people don't consider YouTube films to be real films, and that's fine. In a way, they do have a point. I do agree with them to a certain extent. But the cool thing about me writing my own stories and having my own channel is those 4 frustrations that I just went over. I don't really have to deal with one, because one, I have full control of my stories. I get to decide what goes in and what goes out of the story. I have control over the direction that my story goes and how I tell it. 2, I'm on my own timetable, so I can take as long as I want or as short a time as I want in order to create my art. It's my art. I don't have anyone telling me. I don't have to listen to anyone telling me how long it should take or how short it should take. Number 3, I write small stories, as I've already kind of touched on. So I usually write it with a small budget or no budget in mind. I don't have to sacrifice things in my story because I'm already writing to my means and my resources. And 4, I only work with people who I genuinely want to work with. And in a lot of cases, people who I genuinely love. I've built such a great network of people, and not like me, I've built like by myself. I've been lucky enough to be involved now in a network of creative people that really only happened in the last 5 years from me constantly since 2007, making short film after short film after short film, and now having a whole channel where I can show someone, if it's a brand new person that I've never met before, but I want them to work with me, I want to attract them to my films or to come work with me. I can show them, look, this is my portfolio. This is my online portfolio of work on YouTube. Check it out. This is this type of stuff that you can expect. If you come and work with me, you can expect to see like this. Your work can show up like this. And so that's been enough. That's been a blessing in my life to be able to work with. If you go on my channel and you look at my films, every film there's like a different, like I use a lot of the same actors. A lot of them are still our friends that I've had since I was in elementary school, some of them. But every few films there's like a whole new set of faces because I'm being introduced to new people. This actor knows 5 other actors that I've never worked with. These actors introduce me to a couple of other people that I've never met. And it just becomes this beautiful network to where now we help each other out. I get to help my friends out, and they help me out, and they get to be in a film that premieres on my YouTube channel to my 800 subscribers. You know, it's nothing crazy, but people, we help each other out, and we're helping each other out and doing it, you know, for free. No one really expects anyone to pay anyone. We're not expecting. I try to help people out with food and sometimes gas money, but you know, it's just this beautiful little network of people that is all help. Our intention is to help each other grow and get better, and make art for art's sake, and have a voice, have our voices come through in that art. So for just a few minutes, I've said a lot. I can say a lot of things. I can talk about this for a while, but I also want to show that it's not just about me, and it's not just about me. It's like saying all this stuff. I was lucky enough to connect with a lot of really creative people at the beginning of 2020 or 2021. Myself and 2 other co-producers, we made we created a show, a series that premiered. That's right now it's on Tubi. We made 4 episodes. They're each 30 minutes long, so about almost a 2-hour long feature film worth of story is what we created. So I'm going to share my screen real quick so I can show you guys just a few minutes of this. It's something that again I want to show you that it's not just, I can say all this great stuff about like, oh yeah, my art and you know, and being scrappy about it, but I also have worked on something that that, you know, that we're really proud of, that came out really. I hope you guys can see that there. Yeah.
Eddie, I told you last time, you can't just be showing up here without any warning.
I'm sorry, all right? I had to get rid of my phone. I was afraid they were going to track me.
Wait, what did you do this time?
I messed up, Hunter, all right? I borrowed some money from the wrong people, made a bad bet. I just need somewhere to stay for a few days while I figure this out.
One day, that's it.
Hey, you're the best. Thank you.
This is the last time I'm going to be able to do something like this for you. I get it. I'm serious, Eddie. I'm not going to be able to bail you out the next time. Who the hell? They followed you here. Get in the house. Go, come on, man. You really brought the shit this time, didn't you?
I didn't think it.
Don't just stand there and make yourself useful.
What should I do? Wait till they kick in the door and then kick him in the shins?
There's a gun on the sofa. Grab it.
Huh. Wait a minute. How do we know they're actually coming here for me? They could just be a random gang that came to the wrong house.
Eddie! Eddie, get out here, you piece of shit! Where's my money, motherfucker?
That's your question, idiot.
Where's my money, you motherfucker? Where is it?
Anyways, that's a pretty good spot to to stop there. Could you guys not see it? Oh, I can see it. Okay, cool. Okay, man, you scared me for a second. Okay, so that show is called Red Sands. It's on Tubi. You can watch it for free right now. All 4 episodes are on there. I mostly wrote. I co-wrote the first episode, and I mostly directed the first episode all by myself. The last 10 minutes were directed by my co-producer. But the reason why I show you that is for a couple of reasons, but mainly to show you that there wasn't a lot of money that we put into that production. Yeah, thank you, Red Sands on Tubi. A lot of those people were friends, people that I knew, connected. I got connected to them, some extra people through their network. And it was just something that we kind of willed into existence. Even those first few minutes was from a short. I originally wrote that as a short film, and when we finished filming, the actors got so excited and were so happy about what we had done that they asked, "We need to turn this into a series." They asked me, "Do you want to turn this into a series?" And I was like, "Hey, I'll hold on to your coattails. If you guys want to run with it, let's run with it." So it's just it's just about doing. Sometimes you just will things by working and working and working, even if it's not anything that's ever made money. You can still create enough good work that when people see it, they want to work with you. The gentleman who was in that, the guy who was living in the house in the short, his name is the actor's name is TJ Wims. I had never worked with him before. This was the first time we'd ever worked together, but we had already met over a year before we started filming, and we just gelled. Like, we had a really good relationship going on, and I really liked this guy's energy. I really liked what he, like, he had a really great personality. He's actually a veteran of the Air Force, so he like the guns and stuff that wasn't uncommon to him. He was able to slip into that character very, very well. But when I met him, I was like, this guy, he loves to act, he loves stunts, but he's also funny. He also likes to have a good time. And I'm a comedy guy, and he had gotten a chance to read some of my work beforehand during that year, and he was like, "Man, this stuff is really good. I really want to do this." So it was kind of like I had this really good relationship with him where I really wanted to work with him. And so eventually I said, "Hey man, I'm going to try to write something. I'd love to work with you." He at the time was living in Las Vegas. I was in California, and I was like, I can't really afford to pay you too much, but if I take care of your gas for you to drive out here and I feed you, would you be willing to be in this thing? And he said, "Absolutely." And and that's really it. It's just like, if you're not willing to ask, the answer is always going to be no. You're not going to know if someone's willing to work with you unless you put yourself out there. So I asked him, and he said yes, and then we created a 4-episode series together, along with our other co-producer, Michael Barrett. Networking is what allowed that to happen, but also me constantly working on my writing, making short films that to a lot of people maybe didn't make any sense. A lot of people might look down on, but you look on my channel now, like I said, I've got a little bit over 40 short films on there. And a lot of the people a lot of my filmmaker friends, my legitimate writer friends who kind of look down on YouTube content, on YouTube stuff, they don't have as big of a portfolio to show. And maybe, okay, I can concede maybe my stuff isn't the most professionally written stuff. Maybe it's not as it doesn't have as much artistic merit as some Hollywood films do. It's not as important, as life-changing as Citizen Kane, for example, but my point is that I have work that I can show going back more than 10 years. I have a work that I can show prospective people who might want to work with me. I have made a film on a phone. There's a film on my channel. I'm answering a question here from Laura Nettles. I have made a film on my phone. That what we saw on Tubi was actually filmed with a Blackmagic camera. which is a pretty legitimate professional camera. That's why it actually looks so good. It was actually filmed by my friend Vic Mendoza, who's a phenomenal cinematographer, director of photography, and filmmaker as well. He's his own filmmaker. His stuff is on YouTube. You can find him on Vic's Cover Art on YouTube. And yeah, and so, but that's also kind of fun because, like I said, I made this thing with this legit cinema camera, a Blackmagic, which is itself, the camera is like it's like $2,000 just to get it. And I've also made a film that's on my YouTube channel with an iPhone that, that looks still okay. It looks fine. It just depends on your writing and, and you as a filmmaker, how good your skills are. I think a lot of times people are too scared to put their work out there or do that. And I, it's just happened to me that as soon as I started working on films, I started uploading them to YouTube, and I just didn't have time to feel embarrassed or anything, or feel second guess myself, because I started building an audience. Even though it's small, even though it's niche, it's an audience nonetheless. So that's kind of like what I'm trying to get at, is I get to write stuff and make stuff that I'm fully passionate about, that's fully me. It's my voice that is coming through, and I might not necessarily get to do that if I was working, as a professional in the industry, where I'd be handcuffed by certain things. It's funny, Jared or Kaufman, one time I was letting him know that I finished writing I've written 3 feature-length scripts. There still need a lot of work to be done on them. I have a lot of tweaking and going back to rewriting. Writing is rewriting. Writing is rewriting. For screenwriting is the same exact thing. And one of my friends, I called my writer friend and I said, "Hey, I just finished my 3rd feature-length screenplay," and he's like, "Great job, man! That's awesome. Are you gonna sell any of them now?" And I said, "Fuck no, these are mine. These are for me. These are my stories. I plan to make them one day. Maybe I don't have the means to make them right now, but I've written them with a small enough budget. I've written them within my means, and to the point to where at some point in the future, once I have the stories written out exactly how I wanted, and once I've set aside the money, I could potentially make it on my own. I could make it a feature film independently, and that's what I plan to do. That's what I want to do. So it just depends on you as a writer. What is your definition of success? My definition is that very simple thing. I was making a film in 2020, right in the middle, right around when COVID was happening. I was making a film literally in my parents' backyard with this really fun group of actors, and it hit me like a lightning bolt. It's like, I'm getting to make a movie with people that I love, and it's a script that I wrote. It's a script that I wrote that I've been very excited. It's funny. It's a story I had been in my head for like 4 or 5 years. I wanted to make this for 4 or 5 years, and I'm doing it my way. I'm directing it with awesome people, and most of those people I still get to work with today. Most of those people I genuinely now love. They're my people. They're my family now. And some professional filmmaker that's working in the industry today, 95% of them don't get to experience that freedom because they need to abide by certain rules and a certain box. So again, no shade on them, no shade on them for that at all. Maybe that's their definition of success. Maybe that's your definition of success. That's perfect. That's awesome. But all I'm saying is that just because that's what you define as success doesn't mean that everyone else defines it the same way. I don't. And I don't make a lot of money from filmmaking, but I have an absolute blast, and I know that this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. So that's that's me. That's what I've done so far. And please check out my channel and leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Let me know if it makes you laugh. The goal of my films, the goal of my channel is to make people laugh. That's really it. I hope I can be that that comedy voice that gets you through a rainy day whenever you need it. So that's it. I think I've answered pretty much all the questions. Yeah. So yeah. I think that's my time. If there's anything else, or if there's any other questions, or I don't know how to end my segment.
Your segment never ends, my friend.
It goes on and on.
On and on and on. All right, I'm only like half exhausted, so I'm probably, if I start singing over the next 6 hours, y'all know why. Josh, it's so great to have you. What a great presentation. I caught the last 2 sentences of it, but I know it in my heart that it was awesome.
I appreciate it.
Oh man, but I was so excited because I know we have a lot of screenwriters in the community. I want to say, I think 70% author and then 30% screenwriter, graphic novelists, and fan fiction. But I do get a lot of scripts that come through. So very, very exciting. Thanks for sharing, my dude. We appreciate you.
Of course. It was my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Before you leave, we need you to do an outro, and please have your last words be right now.
Yes.
Okay. Well, just, write every day. Write whenever you have a chance. I have 3 little kids, so it's very hard sometimes for me to do that, but put time into your passion, and you'll see the results. You'll see the results eventually.
Right now.
Right now. I'm sorry, I don't know how this works. Go right now.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh. Take care, my friend.
God bless.
All right. So who's ready for some spice and everything nice?
Yes, and because of William, but I always want to say my dog's name because my dog's name is Tranquillium. But the Quillamavis, we have we went a little. There was a bet. I lost a bet basically. So we will be doing this in a corset, but we will be doing it in a corset with a hoodie because it might be 2 a.m. But this is still internet. So I do have the corset on.
Oh man, well this sounds great. It sounds like you're getting into the mindset. We have to embody the character. I know when I am needing to work on Scarecrow with, of course, my characters Scarecrow, Crow, and Pixie. For me to really embody it, I have to put on my Pixie costume, and then I can really feel like a real character.
I feel like the Right Now community is missing out that we haven't seen this Pixie costume that you talk about.
I know. I guess you guys are just gonna have to wait. You guys are just gonna have to wait till the book launch. If there's one way to capture attention, it's a white guy in a Pixie costume.
Right?
Oh man, but
I know that wasn't on the bingo card.
Kaufman in a Pixie costume. That was like a Grandpa Kaufman last year.
Oh yes.
But I know I'm so excited for Spice Hour. I'm just catching up. So where are we at? I know we're at Spice Hour now, aren't we?
Another giveaway.
Ooh, I love it. And of course, to introduce our next giveaway for the start of Spice Hour is the one, the only, the incredible, the spiciest, Miss Jayelle Dee. Welcome, my friend.
Hello, Vixens. Ooh. Wow, Courtney, my eyes. That's awesome.
Okay, we should talk about how when men write spicy scenes, the girls are always in corsets. This is not attractive to get on or off.
It's beautiful. I love a good cleavage is everything. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it's so uncomfortable.
It's the steampunk one. So it's got
cool. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't been able to fit in my corset since I got married.
Oh, I had to take this out to get into it tonight.
I've never been able to fit into my corset, so.
Oh, it's a shame, Kaufman. I bet you have great cleavage.
Oh, right here. One of these days, the Pixie costume will accentuate it.
Yeah, but you do have your bondage bow tie
well
on,
enough,
so.
you can have cleavage too. Okay.
You are absolutely right about that. Trust me, I've seen enough guys. Yep. So Spice Hour, and I think we have a giveaway to give away too.
Isn't it 2 hours?
2 hours, yeah. Spice like segment. Spice like
Spice, baby.
Workshop, then event.
Yeah,
2 hours.
Oh yeah, so we're doing the giveaway straight out of the gate. All right, so I wasn't sure what to do because I offer a bunch of services, and I wasn't sure if because not every people don't mind learning about the spice and understanding how it all works, but I didn't necessarily want to be like, here, read this book with sex scenes in it, here's your free prize, you're welcome. So I thought, well, maybe there's some services I could be of service that would be a little bit nicer. So I'm offering 50% off of all of any service of your choice, which includes editing. You will never get cheaper editing in your freaking life.
And let us tell you, editing is an expensive service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But necessary.
Yeah.
Expensive, but necessary.
Yeah. I wanted my prizes to be able to be something that anybody could use, not just people who are into spice. So in the spirit of universality,
excellent. And of course, if you want to be entered in a chance to win, like Jayelle said, some of her writing editing services, all you have to do is type in hashtag spice into the chat. We'll be giving it away in just a little bit, so you're going to want to make sure you stick around because we got some crazy things planned for y'all. As I am now catching up here.
I wanted to, if I may, take people through the website real quick so they know what to expect when they see it.
Sure. So if you want to screenshot on your end, I can throw your screen up.
Sweet. I just want to make sure, because I know it's a little weird. It's like, congratulations, here's a website. And it's going to be, so I just want to make sure am I sharing? Is it happening?
All right. And let me pull it up and boom. There we go.
So when you win your prize, you're going to be sent a link to my website here. And up on our menu in the top here, there's publishing services. And this will take you down to all of my description. I've got testimonials. Here's editing. My charge is currently this. You will get half off of that. And I already charge almost half of what the going rate is right now. Just because I'm just getting my little tires on the ground in the editing world, even though I've been doing it for a little while. Coaching, also I offer coaching, any genre. I don't favor spice. It can be anything you want, any genre. If you need help with spice, I definitely can. Publishing coaching, taking you through all the way till you hit the publish button. And also I do some cover design because look, that looks awfully familiar, Kaufman.
Oh, what is that? What do we detect?
What do we detect? The Faded Fantasy. Let's see. It looks like WriteNow presents a flash fiction anthology.
Oh so yeah, goodness. This is like probably like the time to say that if you want to pick up a copy of the WriteNow Faded Fantasy Presents Volume 2, linked down in the YouTube description down below. We've done 3 fiction contests. Great way to come check out all the creativity in the community. Both of these two were involved. Let me tell you, awesome experience. And you're going to get to see one of Jayelle's stories in the upcoming paperback edition of Faded Fantasy. So that will be launching early 2026.
I'm so excited. Yeah, I wrote a story just for the book as a thank you and love note to the community. And yes, there is a sex scene in it, but it is my first fade to black. Oh, am I frozen?
Nope.
No.
Okay, sorry. I thought I frozen. So everybody else froze. I'm like, oh God, time stopped. Oh shit.
Awesome. So let's see. So I know we will. All right. So I know for your workshop, so we're doing a 2-hour spice sesh. Let me throw this up as we cue into it. Jayelle, we're focusing on writing romance and spice. You're going to learn how to write romance and spice with confidence. We'll cover genre conventions, spice levels, building intimacy, writing kisses, and on-page moments, and using the senses to bring the scene to life. We'll also talk about what to include or not, and why intimacy matters more than matters more than anything. And Perfect. And I think that is that. I think at some point in time, I had a trigger warning somewhere around here.
Oh God, we're all triggered.
Chat Soul was supposed to have made a banner.
I think we actually got one from marketing team. I
don't believe she could found it, so I believe she made one because we needed one for Laura Nettles.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Ooh. Okay. Yep. I have no clue where anything is. So I'll let you guys do the honors and do our trigger warning conversation, because we're about to go into a 2-hour spy session. What does this entail?
Okay, so I actually have a Word document. Now, I did not do a big fancy presentation. We're going fast and loose tonight, kids. So if you guys want, we can put like a screenshot of the Word document on, or I can share my screen or whatever, just to have people follow along. I will be starting light. We are seducing first. Then we're doing the boom boom time. So we will be talking about romance, conventions, things like that. Once we get into some triggery territory, we will be using some stronger language, and that's going to include the actual anatomical body parts. We're all adults here, right? So hopefully by this time of night, we are. Yeah. So we will be talking about that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Courtney.
No, I was just saying 18 plus, please.
Yes,
yes,
18 plus.
I have it loaded into the studio. Perfect. Here's our spicy content warning. The program we are about to present will have adult themes. This may include, but is not limited to, violence, sexual situations, and profanity. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, what we ask, I will moderate chat. What we ask is to help us stay on topic, because writing sex scenes is so important when you're dealing with story development and character development and plotting and world building. There's so much intentionality that goes into it. Jayelle's going to walk you through it. Courtney's going to give you context. I myself am not a spice reader, but I've edited quite a number of spicy scenes. So help us join the conversation. And how can we help each other write better spicy scenes? So, because let me tell you, there's a reason that spice is very, very popular. So I'm going to let you guys take it away. I'll hop back in a little bit and I'll come join you guys for the activity.
Very cool. I'm just trying to find the share screen thing. I don't know why, like I actually do a weekly show with a friend on StreamYard, and every single time I'm like, I don't know how to share my screen. What am I doing? It's ridiculous.
I'm blaming it on the hour every time. Like I forgot how to read at some point tonight. So, I've just blamed it on the hour.
Okay, window. There we go. I found it. Oh, that's my O phase. Oh, okay. So I'm going to minimize this too, so that I can look at us as well. So I can see your pretty face, Courtney. And I would love for you to stick. I just closed my freaking Word document. Oh my hell.
Round two.
It's right here. It's right here. I got it. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. Is that way we can kind of, if you have questions or things, the way I'm going to do this is how I teach my classes in my Discord, is I actually will go through sections. I'm looking around my camera. Don't mind me. And then I stop and say, are there any questions? And we can answer questions after each segment. I think it will help us kind of flow. And I'm good with that. So anybody at any time ask questions in the chat and we can address them as we go along. Okay. And I do apologize. It is so dry in Colorado. I'm going to be drinking copious amounts of iced tea and secret wine. So don't mind me.
That's copious amounts of Monster.
Yes. All right, so this is love, temptation, and sex. Now, this is a very long presentation. I'm just going to go through it. If we feel like we're getting short on time, I'll skip something if we need to. It's not a big deal. I do have a little bit of a funny game at the end, but nothing too major. A couple of writing ideas if we want to play around with those towards the last bit of everything here. So the first thing we're going to get into is what is romance, because sex starts with romance. It's not just about bumping uglies. when you are writing romance and when you are writing sex, you have to start with the beginning of the story. We don't usually walk into a sex scene. Not usually. It has happened. I have begun a book with it. But anyway, romance is the feeling of excitement and mystery associated with love. That is the technical definition. Notice the words excitement and mystery. I think that was a very cool choice of words right there, because mystery really does tantalize, didn't it? For writers and readers, romance is the study of a loving relationship that leads to intimacy and or sex. Now, in our lower level spice books, we do not have sex, or we have the closed door or fade to black. But intimacy is really, I think, the most important part of any spice or non-spice, but any romance for sure. Yeah. Writing romance concerns building intimacy more than anything else. And what is intimacy but comfort and trust? It's your snuggle buddy. It's the person you run to.
Yeah,
Comfortable. Oh, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Comfortable proximity, i.e., my personal space becomes our personal space. That's very important for building intimacy, because a big part of questioning that I get from people, a big question I get is, well, how do you bring them together? How do you write that build up? How do you write that falling in love process? Build comfort, build trust. A character A seeks out character B for reassurance when they are threatened or celebrating. You have something you're excited about or something you're afraid of, you go look for your person. That's how you know you've got that snuggle buddy that you need. Also, trust equals what I call the 3 illities: accountability, reliability, and stability. This is someone that will always be there for you. They never let you down. And you can, if you need somebody, you can call them. So, best friends, sort of. Now, that's not going to happen right away, but as you build this into your story, that's how you cause them to fall in love. That's how your reader believes that they're falling in love. We'll go through, let's see, any questions before we get into romance conventions?
No, I think that was a good baseline. Like, this is what, romance is. This is how we're a good refresher.
Right. Okay. Romance conventions are as follows. The meet cute rising action involves getting familiar and falling in love. An apex or midpoint involves an admission. Oh God, look at me. I've got a typo. Oh no. It's terrible. Don't mind me editing live online. I ain't scared. Apex or midpoint involves an admission of love or making love. Falling action presents extra conflicts, specifically that threaten or test their love. Climax is the ultimate test of their love, and the denouement, or the resolution, is your HEA or HFN. What is an HEA or HFN? I'm glad you asked. That stands for happily ever after, or happily for now. This has to be in the end of the story, or there will be riots in your comments section. Believe me. Meet cute, also very important. Now, a lot of people say, what's a meet cute? Meet cute is when the two characters originally come together and that spark flies. This is where something a little funky and awkward can happen. It's different with romance books versus other characters or people meeting each other in other kinds of genres, because in a meet cute, there's attraction. There's something memorable that happens that makes you go, oh my gosh, I need to be near this person. That's a meet cute. A lot of them go a little too far with how quirky and awkward it is. Just try and think out of the box. I actually did just do a video on my YouTube channel exactly going through all of this. So I think those links are somewhere in the description. Attraction and desire. Two very important things. You need them both. The most annoying thing about some romances and even love scenes in stories is when characters get together. When characters get together because story needs it to happen. There's no real chemistry. They're just like, and now person A and B are together. Yay, we have a romance. No. You've got to have a motivation. You have to have attraction. You have to have that spark inside, that heartbeat that goes just a little faster when they look at them. Things that make you feel anxiety. That's like the first time when you know you're attracted to someone, you get a little anxious, So that's how you're going to build up that attraction and desire. You also play with desire, play with the fantasy mind. When your MC is looking at the person they're attracted to, they're going to be maybe fantasizing a little bit. They're going to be checking out the features that they think are pretty. When characters have sex for the sake of the story, they come off as slutty. So now, unless you want them to, this can be a plot device, and I have used it. But you do want your characters to, when they finally get together, normally it's because they really need to, and because your readers are like, please get these people together. So, but having a character that's a little slutty can be a useful tool in a character arc. Courtney, you and I both have characters named Lexi, which cracks me up.
Yeah.
My Lexi is a little loose with purpose at the beginning of her story. She's trying to sleep her way through Hollywood to get to the top, to the big cheese. And so she's kind of sleeping her way up the ladder in a way. But when it comes to her real love interest, there's buildup, there's anxiety, there's anticipation, there's that slowing down and that thinking first before you act thing.
Yeah, mine's been a widow for a year and then meets a guy, and then it takes them a while. It's a slow burn.
Ooh.
My first spicy scene isn't until chapter 16. It's a slow burn.
Out of how many chapters?
32.
Okay, so you're about your midpoint.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I know some slow burns, and this actually frustrates a lot of readers where they don't have sex until the last chapter or the chapter for the last. Yeah, and people are like, come on, you know.
Give me something before then.
God, seriously, do some oral. Go down on somebody. God.
Something needs to happen.
How to build attraction. You want to start with physical features and move on to internal body reactions. A lot of people, like I've seen some writing where they're like, and he thought she was cute. And
what did you wish your husband thought the first time he met you?
Yeah, exactly. You put and this is a lot of, one thing is people shy away from romance and writing sex and intimacy because they're embarrassed. Or I don't know how to put that on paper. But think about, have you not freaking been there yourself? How did you feel the first time you saw your future spouse or your current, significant other? How did you feel? Were you just like rolling in like, hi, this is great party, let's go bang? No, nobody has that kind of freaking confidence. You're probably sitting there going, who's so pretty, look at the boobs. And you turn into like a 5-year-old troglodyte, so we do that a little more eloquently, but yeah. Attraction needs to start before or at the meet cute. Sometimes you will have a character who is watching the other character from afar, not in a creepy stalker kind of way, just they see each other on the school campus, and every time he sees her, he's like, oh boy, oh wow, the way she walks, the way she flicks her hair, and the sunlight catches at her laugh, her smile, whatever. That is something now he's got to work the courage up to go have the meet cute. Or it is a spontaneous accidental thing. So, and pull from your life. How have you met people, or what do you think would be hilarious? And let me just put out a request to all of you future writers of intimacy and doing a meet cute. Please don't ever spill another cup of coffee on a character, because that has been done to death. Don't have them trip and fall on their face. That has also been done to death. And no doors opening in their faces. That has been done to death. Think outside the box. You are a freaking writer. You are creative. You can write anything else. But when it comes to meeting people, it's always they spill the coffee, they freaking fall on their ass, or they open a door in someone's nose. Will you please? There are so many Kaufman out of juice box.
Okay, I will admit though that Lexi met her husband, her deceased husband, because he opened a door, or she opened a door and spilled coffee on him.
You did both?
Well, he's passed, okay? That's not how she meets Liam, which is the love interest in the story. She meets him on the side of a road, which is actually pretty cute, I will admit.
That sounds a little creepy, but I'm interested.
It's supposed to, because it's so funny, because even Liam's like, I was going to ask for your number, but I didn't want it to be like a serial killer situation.
That's great. Yeah, totally
cute.
I had the thing where my Lexi stumbles, but she doesn't fall on her ass. She actually catches herself, and she's in these really high spiky heels. She's trying to make an impression, right? And she's checking to see if she broke her heel, and the man catches her elbow and he just stabilizes her, and he's like, "Are you okay, miss?" And it's that,
That's very gentleman-like. That's so cute.
yeah, it wasn't like she falls and he's like, "Oh, you cute little dumb chick. Let me help you." Stop making your heroines dumb and weak and fragile. I just can't freaking take it anymore.
Okay, but also know that clumsy people exist in this world.
Clumsy's
You don't need to
fine.
be.
Clumsy's fine. Be clumsy, but like there are people that it's like, well, the characters that what I mean is there's no reason behind it. They're not self-aware. They're just doing, like, if you're like, I'm a clumsy person, or I've knocked this over and like, oh God, here I go again. I'm so nervous, I'm clumsy. Make it a mechanism in the character instead of just someone constantly tripping. Like, why are you always tripping?
Yeah. How old are you? Have you not learned to walk?
Exactly.
Stop wearing those shoes. Buy new shoes.
Buy some shoes that fit, for the love of God.
Something's happening here.
Okay, so what physical feature does your MC notice? Now, what did you notice? What do you think is attractive in somebody? Hair, eyes, muscles, cleavage. These are obvious. What about the slope of a leg or a smile, or maybe just how they're holding their hands, or just something really interesting? I mean, I've been attracted to a guy the way he's just his posture. And I'm like, oh, he looks like he could bend me over something. No, no, I didn't think that out loud. I am a sucker for good posture. It's absolutely true, though. I think there's nothing sexier in the world than decent posture. I'm constantly telling my husband, stand up straight. Or maybe
the dominance of it. It's like,
yes,
you could tell me what to do and I wouldn't test you because you're too dominant.
yes. You love the there's a sense of having control. That self-control, and I can control you too. All I have to do is remove my bow tie and I've got you tied up like a piglet in 5 minutes.
Security to it too. It's like the feeling of security, to
stability,
the dominance of it.
Yeah. Then he's going to be well behaved. If he can handle himself, he's going to handle you.
Exactly.
I said it. All right. Maybe
I did it.
Seconded. Yeah. Maybe it's something they're wearing that caught your eye. Funny story. I actually went out with a guy briefly because I saw him at a bar and he had a monkey puppet at the bar and he was drinking with his monkey puppet. And I'm like, I gotta go talk to this guy. What is up with this? You have my attention. He was super cute too. So I'm like, all right, I'm down. What's going on? It turned out to be really, really freaking cool. We hung out for about a month, but anyway, but you never know. It could be something weird.
You never know.
So a shirt, a dress, get creative, a sexy Santa outfit, or a hot Halloween costume. Yeah, buddy. Dude, one of my boyfriends dressed up as the Crow one year for Halloween, and I was just like, oh, you're getting it.
My ex-husband dressed up in an MC Hammer crop top and lap danced people at a army party. So I'm with you.
Oh my God. Excellent. Once the brain of your MC registers something it likes, give them a body reaction. This is a big step people miss. They go, and he thought she was cute, and she noticed the beautiful ripples in her golden curls, or whatever she notices or he notices. And now give me a body reaction. I've seen you. Now I have to catch my breath. Now I'm having oh God, I'm suddenly tense, or I gotta breathe a little bit, and I'm getting a little hot in here, and there goes my belly. Flutters. Now I'm shaking. Give me. You don't have to go overboard. Don't get stupid, but give me something. There are so many things our body does to react to things, to communicate to us. You are in the presence of hotness.
But in both male and female.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, totally. Everybody. Body reactions and physical attraction need to coexist constantly and consistently throughout the seduction period. And I dare say throughout the remainder of the story, especially if you have any periods where they're apart or they're fighting, you need to bring them back on the things that brought them together in the first place. Let's see. What section am I gotta make sure I'm sticking on. Okay, we're in attraction and desire. Okay. Let's see. Personality and character history should now get introduced in every detail. Should complement the attraction. Before I go on, and I know we've kind of been chit-chatting here, are there any questions in the chat that I need to address?
I don't think I've been checking. I don't think there's any.
All right, cool.
Questions.
Very cool. Not any serious ones. I'm gonna have to rewatch this and watch all you snarky bitches out there.
Well, it was asking me, like, did she open a car door on his face? No, go read Falling for a Storm. You'll figure it out. It's actually pretty cute.
Aw.
And then ML said a stripper is dancing on a stage and trips and falls off the stage and lands on the guy's lap. That went back to the tripping.
Yes, indeed.
And then what first attracted you to a guy throwing cash at you?
I mean, I'm good with that. I don't know about you, but cash works for me. Kidding. No, I'm not. No, honestly, if you're going to do any kind of meet cute, like really consider the tone of your book. If it is a comedy, you might have a super slapstick, silly meet cute in your book, and that's fine. Consider your tone. If it is some kind of thriller with a romance or a romantic thriller, probably she's not going to land in his lap as he's trying to give her a dollar bill. So you want to think about how the tone affects everything these characters do. Keep it consistent. Set the mood for your reader from page 1. Let's see here. Personality and character history should now get introduced, and every detail should complement the attraction. What do I mean by that? Tragic backstory that builds compassion. So now we're getting to know each other. Now we're falling in love. Maybe I'm just giving you some ideas here. Tragic backstory, which builds compassion. Maybe they find out that the person they're interested in donate time to a dog rescue, or spend some time with an elderly person, or works with children on the weekends, which softens and warms the heart. These kinds of techniques are good if you've got maybe an enemies to lovers, or that kind of thing going on in your story, what kind of tropes you're using. Maybe they have a secret fascination with butterflies and know all of their scientific names and traits. Little quirky, cute things build fondness, and especially from the reader too. I had a character who knew all the constellations and the names of all the stars because she loved astrology. And what do you know? An alien also noticed her. Literally everything they should do should be found adorable and or sexy by the other MC. It's okay to also build up some traits that they don't quite like, but it is because of the things that they love and find attractive and adore that they can overlook the flaws. This is what we do in real life. Anybody who's married understands the give and take of things. Build that in. We need realistic people here. Unless you're writing something stupid and fantastical. But even in fantasy and science fiction, even if it's two robots falling in love, you're going to have to have something people can relate to. And we'll get to relatability later. How do you find the right balance of building initial physical, emotional attraction while making it feel romantic, both for the characters and the readers? It's going to be the things and tone of what they are noticing. Romance has a different intention behind it than friendship. There's going to be an arousal happening in places that don't happen when it's just a buddy.
Yeah.
So you're going to feel a heart flutter, which if I met a friend of mine and I'm like, hey, we are cranially relating, we can be friends. That's a mental stimulation. But if I'm attracted to someone, I'm not going to just get stimulated in my head. Okay. That's how that answers your question, hopefully. Noticing physical traits and personality traits needs to ramp up with the internal reactions until these characters and the readers are fired up for them to collide. We're building towards a climax, and we need it to happen, and you want your readers to want it. So we do that by ramping it up
until it's like really out of control, and that's when you know it's time. It's time. They get naked, bump some uglies.
Absolutely. Horizontal mambo time.
How do you decide the type of prose vocabulary to use for intimate scenes?
Oh, we'll get to that, Laura. I have a whole section on that.
We will star that and wait then.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes. All right. Good questions, you guys. Romance and spicy writers. This is okay. And I'm just going to say, I have words for people who say that spice is ruining literature. Go pound sand. And that's putting it nicely. Because I don't think people realize that romance and spicy writers have a twofold responsibility. Not only must they use plot beats to satisfy a romance, but we also simultaneously have to tell a good background story. We have to actually have a story that the romance is happening within. We are writing two stories at the same time, two sets of plot beats, two sets of rising action, climaxes, falling action. Now, do they relate? Yes. Do they coexist? Yes, but you have to do both. It's not just two people in a room talking until they fuck. This is not how it works. There's a whole life out there that they're dealing with. So these characters don't exist on the moon. They have families, they have jobs, rivalries, goals, dreams. Sometimes these very things are what bring them together or tear them apart. We must look at setting equally. Look at the setting equally. And what do I mean by that? Are they galactic explorers who fall in love along the way, like Passengers did this really well? So what I'm saying here is the setting that the setting that your romance is taking place in is as important as the romance. Is it a galactic, explorers falling in love in space, like Passengers, which is a great movie if you haven't seen it? What about a girl trying to climb the corporate ladder, struggling to prove herself while falling in love? This is the plot of Working Girl. If anybody hasn't seen that, I love that movie. Melanie Griffith, Harrison Ford, Sigourney Weaver, great flick. Anyway, perhaps it's a farm boy who must make his way in the world, but while he's gone, his true love is betrothed to another. That's Princess Bride. So you have romance and you have situational plot that you have to consider. Two different avenues of things that we have to be responsible for and satisfy the palate of our reader. Do we have any questions while I'm here?
No, but I think this is a good comment we should highlight, which is understanding the difference between smut and spice within romance stories is key, which is the difference between writing romance and writing erotica. Writing spicy and writing erotica, because I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, well, like, because of how big spice books are right now, how big smut books are right now, I feel like it has been made into something that it's not, and made into, like, if you go to the grocery store and see no one's reading at the grocery store. If you go to an airport and you see women with romance books now, they're assuming they're all erotica. They're not. There's a plot. There's a story. They just also happen to have sex on scene or like on page. Like, it's an open door, yes. But that is different from erotica that has like no plot. It's only about the sex.
Well, I'm going to interject because I have been asking this question for 3 years in Facebook, Instagram, on Discord, with professionals, with amateurs, readers and writers alike. So what I'm understanding, and I've asked this I'm a part of maybe 5 or 6 different smut lover groups on Facebook. They call it smut. The readers, it is all smut until you get to pornography and romantic erotica. Now, some romantic erotica they said that can be considered smut, but it depends. So they're looking at how many sex scenes, is there a plot, are there characters? It can be erotic, as in your shadow daddies, your dark romances, things like that might be a little more forward with it, but it's still considered smut because it's got a plot and characters. But spice, I found the writers like to say spice. Most writers don't like calling it smut. They like saying spice, but smut and spice, from what I'm understanding, are interchangeable in the reader's minds. Now, I'm on your side with like a romantic erotica that's what I used to call it, because that's what I was 3 years ago. That's what everybody said. That's what they were all calling it. Then it changed to spice. Fine. I like that better anyway. When you get into your pornography, there's no plot.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the misconception, is that like everything that we're mass consuming is all this erotica, and it's not.
No, not at all.
So much more story than the bumping of the uglies. We're just really enjoying the bumping of the uglies while enjoying the story.
Well, if you've watched any movie that has an open door sex scene in it, an explicit or several, or even television series, those shows are not considered pornography, but they are very graphic. And people walk away going, oh, yes, excellent film. Very nice. Well done. Well acted. But if it's in a book, it's like, you're ruining literature with your porn habits. And it's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, we're on the same page. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, I have thoughts. I have a whole video planned to just rip new assholes into a lot of people who are talking about how smut is ruining literature.
I can't wait for that video.
Oh, yeah. I have to be careful because I started recording it and I began name dropping. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to make enemies yet. I only have 20 followers. Probably I should not do that.
Did you want to get to this question or did you want to get to it at a later?
Any tips when writing a throuple and all three are POV characters? Ooh, multiple POVs. Very nice. MMF. His story's 1860s England. Very cool. Possessions and exorcisms. Dark academia. Well, that's a lot. So writing a throuple and all three characters are POV. So I'm not exactly sure what the question is, but I'm going to take it this way. Feel free to clarify. Anytime you do, and I'm sure you know this, anytime you do a POV shift, make sure it is clear who is starting the new scene. So you have a scene break or you have a chapter break. The new character who we're in their head now, whether it's first or third person, is going to be mentioned in that first sentence. First person POV swaps can be a little bit tricky. So you want to, because they're not going to say, I, Joanne, and now that they're not going to do that. So you have to be careful with those kinds of swaps, but you do something that's characteristic to them. Talk about their hair or something like that to make sure it's clear. So POV swaps are very, very clear. In terms of a throuple, now we're not talking about a love triangle. That's different. Throuples are all together. Like the Three Musketeers, one for all and all for one. So these guys are all in a happy relationship together, which just adds one more person to the scenarios of things that can go well and things that can fuck up. So you're going to have three people having a little tussle, or you're going to have three people having a little tussle, or you're going to have two people so you've got a lot of dynamics. You can work with one person who's like mad at the other two. The other one has to calm them down. So there's a lot of dynamics. In terms of love scenes, you definitely want to pay attention to everybody. Pace yourself. Clarity is key. I recommend doing love scenes from one POV at a time until you get used to the rhyme and rhythm of having three people involved. And be very careful of doing this happened and that happened scenes, because John touched Mary's boob and then, Sherry touched Mary's boob and then Mary touched John's junk. And then it's like that. You can be just as romantic and beautiful and make sure they all have their moment in the sun, that they're all enjoying each other and they're all relating to each other in the scene. They're all getting pleasure, and make sure, again, I can't even stress this enough, how that it's clear who's doing what when there's more one person. If you want to switch POVs inside the sex scene, again, make it incredibly clear. Body situation will help that. If Mary's on the bottom and Susie's on top and John's in the back, or however it's working, keep that in mind and be consistent with your positioning. That will help your reader keep track of what's going on with who, what, when, and where, and how.
And I'm not going to lie, as a reader, I will attempt to act that out to make sure it's anatomically correct, because that's just me as a reader. Okay. I will do it. Okay. I will make sure that everybody is where they're supposed to be and how they're written.
Get your kitchen chairs out. Okay. Now John's here. Mary's here.
Stuffies. What? No.
No. My dolls. Get my Barbies out. No, wait a minute. Let me see.
Exactly.
Yes. I love it.
I need to be able to see this. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. So here's our next bit. Tension and obstacles. What is keeping these two apart? Remember, we are writing two different stories here. You have to have tension in their lives and tension with each other. So things that can keep them apart are family, a war, a job, different goals and values. Maybe they're already in a relationship. We must always remember internal and external conflicts. And it's doubly important. Internal conflicts happen anyway with our job and with our boss, maybe our best friend, our mother. and with our lovers. There's not, like you said, there's not always just one person here. Then, so you want to keep that in mind at all times. Keep it succinct. What pulls them away from each other could be something like betrayal or lies are discovered, misunderstanding, miscommunication. One of them is hiding something. One of them just really fucks up. Now, why am I talking about them breaking up as we're talking about building up a relationship? Because at some point in the conventions of a romance, there is an obligatory separation or breakup right at the end of the second act. Now, I'm not saying you have to do the checklist every single time you write a romance just to satisfy the masses. It's okay to think outside the box. They cannot sometimes let me try that in English. What's useful about it is it really helps you do a very clear and good dark night of the soul. What is the worst thing that can happen to this couple? They can't be together. And whether it's by choice or not, it really helps to ramp up for that climax. It really shows what lessons they've learned. Have they found their courage? Have they been able to express what they need? That's the time to do it.
I will say it's a big thing right now, though. Like, because I mostly read romance, and I've heard it a lot in all different forms that romance readers are really tired of the third act breakup.
Yeah. Especially because the same tropes get used over and over. It's a misunderstanding. He was talking to his friend on the phone, and all they heard was this one sentence, and they went, "Oh God, he really doesn't love you." They storm off, and it's just
and
so tired.
Yeah. So I will say that, like, I try to like test the relationship before it becomes an official relationship.
Oh, I love that. That's great. Yeah. Good.
So like their breakup happens before they're ever actually together.
Nice.
And then when they get together, they're together. But that's because I write happily ever after. So
well, and the Dark Night of the Soul doesn't necessarily have to be a relationship one. If it's a romantic fantasy, but romance is still your main genre, you can have something in the fantasy land be the Dark Night of the Soul that they have to push through together, and that's how they solidify that they're meant to be together, or whatever it is. You can use these mechanisms. You still have to have it. I've gone from one of them breaks the law and gets arrested, and they're trying to still be together and figure out how to get out of the situation. And I've had one has a PTSD flashback and can't handle having her in the house anymore. He's got to be alone for a little while. And like, there's all different kinds of things. I had one where they got shot, and it's like, well, are they going to survive? That's the Dark Night of the Soul, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, there's the HEA is where I like to end every story when the story is over. I've only used HFNs in my trilogy. Then I put them in the first two books, which is very common.
Yeah, totally.
All right, breaking up and building down. Sorry, breaking down and building up. Don't mind me. I'm a little dyslexic. Sometimes it catches up with me. Complementary characteristics. What does that mean? It's how they tackle their hurdles. Complementary characteristics are the weakness of one and the strength of the other, or the strength of one and the weakness of the other. Now, these can be detrimental and they can be beneficial. Does the weakness of the one break the strength of the other, or does the strength of one bolster the weakness of the other? This one can lead to demise, one can lead to success. So it depends on, and maybe this is the lesson they need to learn to flip that shit around. Are they evenly matched in their strengths and weaknesses? Having one partner consistently being the strong one or weak one can annoy your reader. And I'm going to kind of skip over this here because I'm watching the time and I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but I'll just briefly read this. Falling Down FMC. I read so many spice books where the woman could barely freaking walk, and then she'd go up half a flight of stairs and she was so tired and he had to carry her the rest of the way. And I was like, I can't. I can't. But also there's the opposite problem, which is the overly aggressive FMC, which leads to toxic feminism. Yes, it's a thing. Actually, she's just a bitch. And the readers are wondering what he sees in her. That is so annoying. Then you have your bumbling MMC that has been done. Why are men so incompetent in a lot of these stories? They can't find their ass with both hands. Oh my God. Or you have the toxic kind where he's overly aggressive and confident. And that's, so you have like the bumbling MMC with an aggressive FMC, or a falling down FMC with an aggressive MMC, that should have been an MMC. Don't mind me editing in real time. It's okay. I'm probably going to use all of this for like some future videos because a lot of this I've either said or I'm going to say. Then you have your toxic masculinity, which is he's a man bra. He's a dude bra. He takes everything, but he's just a dick. Readers wish FMC would just get away from him. Readers can sniff out a fraud if your main characters don't give or add anything to each other. You've got a DNF on your hand. All right. This is a lot as well. What makes or breaks a romance? I don't know if anybody's really interested in this or if you just want to get into the spice. That is up to, what do you guys think? Time-wise here.
I think going over maybe the titles of them.
Okay. So what makes or breaks a romance is literally, it's the same thing that makes or breaks any other story. It's the same thing. People think romance is this alien, weird concept. It is not. It is just a story. If you inserted two brothers, you could still have tension at least, but they wouldn't fuck, obviously. So the first thing we have is believability. So believability is, can the reader see that these people should be together and are compatible? And verisimilitude. This is my favorite word. I want this on a shirt so bad, meaning something that resembles the truth. Flaws. You must build in flaws. Nobody is perfect. What gives us verisimilitude or lets us keep things that think that this is really happening? It's not going to be a Mary Sue or a Gary Stu, also called a Chad. That's what I like calling them, Chads. Realistic challenges and attractions. People aren't perfect, build flaws, blah, blah, blah. And I put Dragon and Donkey from Shrek because I legitimately cannot figure that one out. That breaks both my believability and verisimilitude.
They don't really go into it, and that's why. It's so left field. It almost feels like an afterthought sometimes. But I will say that as a reader, if I don't see a flaw in any character other than the villain, I'm DNFing. Mm-hmm. I read to escape reality, but also to learn and grow as a human being. And so if they have no flaws, what are we learning? What are we growing?
What are we relating to? This kind of shit is just because the actual writer is putting their flawless self on the page. Exactly. Look how great I am. And also relatability. Can I, as a reader, see myself in these characters? That is so important. How do you know if you're writing a relatable character? Well, I don't know. Can you relate to them? Are you drawing from your life, your experiences, people you know? I have lots of people from my life can be seen in every character I write. They're all over the place. Or I'll hone in on one aspect or two aspects of myself and go, if this got exaggerated, who would that look like? Who would that be?
Yeah.
All right. So in case you missed it, romance is all about character development. You're welcome. All right.
And now we can get to the sex. Because all of that is also important to get to the sex.
It's more important.
Yeah.
But this is what makes people the most nervous. This right here. All right. Let me see where I am in my thing here. Okay, perfect.
Laura, people I know.
Yes. Like you would with any other character, any other story. If there wasn't sex in it, you would still draw from your life. That's just good writing. All right, sex begins in the mind and moves to the internal body, then translates into action, which ends in copulation and or orgasm.
Please always have it end in an orgasm.
Oh, for the love.
From someone. If it's not from both of them, from someone. And if it's not from both of them, there better be some orgasm denial in it. Otherwise, you're just rude and I'm going to be mad.
Or they get interrupted. There has to be a very freaking good reason. Okay? Yes. When it feels like there is literally nothing standing in the way and the logical next step is to bang, let them. Unless you're writing a slow burn. But let them. Fear not, dear one. We've all done it. Most of us. Hopefully anybody in this room has done it. And if you haven't, please don't write it. I beg you. Yes. In first person and third person, we should be inside of the mind of the character. Are they irresistibly, look at me spelling like a badass, sweet, attracted to the other MC, but they're trying to fight it until that MC does the one perfect thing. That scene in what is it? Cosmos comes to mind, where Jodie Foster's character and dude bro, oh shit, what's the actor's name? I can't think of his name. Anyway, he plays, his name is Foster or whatever, and they're looking at the skies, and he says the line that her father always said, and she's like, he gets me. And then of course the next scene is they're in bed together, and she's getting up to go get her telescope time. So that's that kind of thing. Sometimes they just need that trigger, you know. So that wall's and they crashed into me. Okay, so I told you I was writing this while I was listening to you guys, so some of this is a little funky.
Words are hard.
The words are hard.
Buy our books.
I offer editing services. I haven't edited this. Okay, so shush. All right. The walls fall and they crash into a deep kiss. There's a no going back now. Get into their minds. How is the other MC affecting them? So if we're writing from a singular person, third person, or first person, you need to have the effect happening to that character. What they're doing is affecting that character, and how that character reacts is affecting your character.
Also, what you're doing is affecting you too. Like, as a man, if you're caressing her cheek, like, it's doing something to you. If it's doing something to her. Yeah.
Connection, blush, body response, her cheek heated. He could feel her cheek warm as the longer he stroked it, you know.
The softness of her skin.
Can't wait to feel the rest of that body.
The way she trembles under your touch. All of this we want to know.
Yes. Yes. What is happening? Are you starting to fill your pants with wood?
What are the feelings?
Exactly.
Right back.
Exactly. So let's see here. Their bodies need to be reacting to, oh, Courtney, it's like you're reading my mind. Stomach fluttering, mind spinning, core tingling, skin on fire. One of my favorite.
Clenching.
Ooh, clenching thighs. Yes. One of my favorite things is leaving a trail of fire on their skin. I actually am just editing a video that is talking about the art of touch, and I'm very excited about that one. Address environmental perception. What the fuck does that mean? Well, sometimes you're so hyper focused on this person you're attracted to and cannot wait to get naked with, the world spins away, the room vanishes, maybe the world wobbles, maybe it blurs, and all you see is him or her or them or it. I don't know what kind of book you're writing.
You don't hear the TV anymore. There's no one talking around you.
Yeah. The song disappears and all you hear is the racing of your heart.
Exactly. Him whispering your name.
Ooh.
That's all you hear.
Exactly. I love it. Building atmosphere for your love scenes. Now, this is good advice, not just for sex scenes and love scenes, but for any scene. A lot of people have a problem with white room syndrome. Here's a way to work through that, whether you're writing sex or not. Good writing advice is good writing advice, no matter what the scene is. You can create the setting and atmosphere experientially by using your five senses. Smells of perfume, sweat, rain, or cologne. These are
not the bad smells, you guys, unless it's supposed to be.
No bad smells. Not if it's supposed to be sexy.
Yeah, if it's supposed to be hot, heavy, it's the romantic interest, don't write the bad smells.
No, we're not gonna be like, and they just finished a 3-hour workout, and boy, when she pulled his shorts down, whoo!
Yeah.
No, you don't want to do that. No. Only
just the good ones for the good moments.
Yeah. So perfume, sweat, sweet sweat, sometimes a little salty sweat. If you're going to taste the sweat, that could be okay.
Yeah, like a man's musk. Like that's awesome.
Love it.
But the man smells like he needs to take a shower. That's different. There
is a little bit of maybe you should take a shower, but I'm also getting feral from it. Can happen. Again, respect your tone. So like there have been times where I'm like, my husband walks past me and he's been working outside all day. And I'm like, woo, you need a Oh my God, I am so aroused right now. What like there's
And
something
that's
about
when the sex in the shower happens.
Yes, absolutely.
Because as readers, we don't want the scene in the middle of a battlefield where you haven't showered in a week.
and there's
That's
blood and guts and
gross.
poop and no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So also, so we're going through the 5 senses. We've got smell. The second tier is sound. Sound of wind, thunder, the ocean, birdsong, a cozy fire crackling. Notice how I'm building the atmosphere. What is around them? Do they have a fire going? Make sure you're saying that they're inside or outside, you know, because things. But this is a way to help build that immersion with the atmosphere, bringing that all together to make your scene a lot more delicious. Skin, soft rug or fur. So skin is going to be touching. You're going to, why do I have skin? Touch. This should be touch.
Because you were
Because
faster than your words. I would still put skin there.
I'm going feral as we speak. All right. To soft rug fur, a plush bed, leather car seats. Oh, those were the days. I don't know if the kids do that anymore. And if you don't, if you haven't, you should. It's
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm too old.
Yeah. At my age, my hips don't bend that way anymore. But no, I'm kidding. Yes, they do. Don't ask for the details. You'll regret the story. Trust me. Sights, a starry sky, candles, the reflection of water on the walls. I had a sex scene where they're making love in a pool, and the room is like this white dome, and so the water is reflecting all over and making kind of a sparkly, wavery light. Sheer drapes swathed along open windows or over a canopy. Let's see. Tastes. Are they drinking champagne, eating fruit, licking the other's salty little belly? Are they tasting the whiskey on the other's tongue? This shit is hot, y'all. I'm giving you free shit right here. Okay.
You're welcome.
Welcome. Setting the scene should be as seductive as the beginning of the act itself. Questions? Oh, yeah, one more thing. Much of what we've just addressed is more applicable to your longer love scenes, but you can abbreviate them for quicker monkey fuck scenes too. That scene in the coat closet at the party or the bathroom at the party or things like that. Like you can do monkey sex quick fucks and still talk about like the smell of the leather coats, you know, or whatever in the coat closet, or make sure, but always, always, always immerse your reader with the 5 senses. Any other questions before I move on?
I'm not seeing any.
All right. Are you entertained? Do and don't list. If this doesn't get you, let me. This is just pure observation and kindness, y'all. All right. Do let yourself go when you are writing. Don't get stuck. Oh my God, my mother's going to read. Don't worry about who's going to read it. Write for yourself the first time. Drafts are a thing. Write it down. Do let yourself go when writing. You might discover how naughty you really are down deep. I sure did. Get into the moment. Say all the things. Be fearless. Draft, then make it eloquent. Then pull back and edit if you feel like, you know what, that's not me. That was fun though. Maybe I'll try that somewhere else. And that's okay. Don't even worry about it. Don't push yourself, but at least try it. Don't act like a 10-year-old. Touching is gross, and I'm pretending it's not. Your readers will see right through you. If you don't like writing sex, if you don't want to write sex, but you feel obligated to, do not. Nobody is controlling you. You are the master of this world. You are the god of the universe. You get to control this. If you don't want to write a sex scene, or you are writing about something you're uncomfortable with, like bondage, and you really would rather just write straight vanilla sex, write straight vanilla sex. Nobody is judging you.
Yeah, there's enough people that write other things. Like there's enough of an audience. If you want to write closed door, write closed door. Yep. There's an audience that will read it. If you want to write open door, write open door. If you want to write cracked open door, then write that. But there is an audience for each.
There is. And it's going to make us uncomfortable with when we get to a point where he's like, and then he stuck his thing in her hole, and we're going to go, oh no.
And then I'm going to DNF.
That just killed it.
And I'm going to write the review that the sex scene seemed like you were uncomfortable writing it. And I wish you would have just made it closed door, because I would have enjoyed the story so much more that way.
Exactly. Please don't ruin a good story with a bad sex scene. And if you want to write a sex scene, but you don't know how, that's exactly what my channel's about. And that is exactly what we're talking about right here on Right Now. Huh? See, plug. Huh? Hey, Kaufman. All right. Where am I? I'm over here. Do express personal experience. Don't be afraid to pull from your own experiences. No one will know but you. I put a whole bunch of shit in there from my lifetime of frolicking, and nobody freaking knows that it's from my real life but me. Yeah. And occasionally my husband, he's like, oh, I remember that.
Yeah, right?
Don't force it. If you aren't comfortable, your reader won't be comfortable. Sex needs to be organic. Please don't go in dry. We don't like that.
Yeah, no.
Do turn yourself on. Yeah, I said it. Watching a love scene in a movie affects us. You should be reading one. So if you're reading one, if you aren't feeling a little something, something, neither will your reader. If you are embarrassed by your own reaction or fearful of it, maybe writing sex isn't for you. And that's okay. Again, I always say, try it out. If you end up in a ball in the corner going, stop, please stop. But if you're like, hey, wait a minute, this is kind of cool, then just play around a little bit. That's okay. And it's okay to turn yourself on. That's what this shit is for. That is when we write a scene that is about being in a dark house and a ghost is haunting us. We are scared, and we need to write that fear into the book, and the characters need to be scared. The readers need to feel that fear, and even the writers sometimes will spook themselves.
Yeah, if you're writing an emotion, then your reader should feel that emotion.
Mm-hmm.
If you're writing a sex scene, the emotion is being turned on.
Yeah.
That's the emotion.
Mm-hmm.
It's not any different.
It is not. And don't be ashamed. Your body is literally programmed for arousal and pleasure. Literally, that's what half of our senses are for. And it's same thing with, like, it's pleasurable to eat. It is pleasurable to smell pretty fragrances. It is pleasurable to feel soft things. And it is pleasurable to make love. There is nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Even if you're only writing it for your characters to reproduce.
Yeah, true.
You can still write it well.
Absolutely. Make people comfortable. Don't make it feel like we would just walked in on our parents, because we don't need that. Don't be gross. Trying too hard isn't sexy. Don't do anything because you think it's funny or for the sake of being daring or dirty or even shocking. I've read some scenes where they're just trying to be shocking, and it was so disgusting. I was like, that's not even hot. That's a fetish, and you should not be. That's gross. You need to put some warning somewhere, because ew.
Well, also, don't write about a kink if you don't know about it.
That is the truth. Oh my God, yes.
And I don't mean like you've experienced it. I mean, you've done extensive research. Please don't be another 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Doesn't actually show anything correctly.
Preach. Yeah, I think the closest thing she got right was the agreement at the beginning, but even that got a little like, oh, what? Are we still here? Okay.
She drug it on so much that it became not like, and I'm sorry, but she didn't even sign it.
She didn't sign it.
So, like, okay, you did the good thing and then didn't have the good thing. So, yes, if you're going to write about a kink, know about the kink. And I'm not saying you have to experience it. I'm not saying go have someone tie you up so you can write about bondage. But I am saying you better research it so that you don't try, so that another reader doesn't read it and act like it's a how-to.
Yeah, exactly. Or feel ashamed because you did it so poorly because you don't know what you're doing. Yes. And there's a wealth of resources out there. There are other authors. There are communities. My writing Discord that I run, I've got a BDSM expert professional writer who is published, who is in that group. And I go to him all the time. Is this appropriate? Is that appropriate? Would they say this? Would they say that? You would be shocked at how many people just screw up the phrasing, the terminology, and just something that simple. People in those communities know. and they're going to go, oh, this person has no fucking clue, you know, and it
And
disappoints
people
them.
in those communities talk.
They
So
do.
They're going to say,
They're tight.
you wrote a kink that you knew nothing about, and they're not going to purchase you.
Yep. And they will let you know in your comments and reviews. All right. Do describe what is happening and how it feels. Yes. How hard is he? How wet is she? Is he filling her? Is she clenching tightly? The initial moment of entry isn't something we need to be shy about. Sometimes, and especially if it's the first time between characters or the first time at all for them, it is incredibly important to take that experience seriously. I'm not talking about doing this to write things for the sake of being naughty. I'm talking about respecting the moment and respecting the magnitude that these two people are experiencing. That's why it's important to be respectful and detailed in this content.
Yeah, because you got to think, like, when was the first time you felt that connected with somebody that's important to you? Whoever your partner is, who you're choosing forever with, like, that was the first time that you guys were connected.
Yeah.
Honor that connection.
I agree.
It's like, to some people, it can be a spiritual bonding. To some people, you know,
it can be traumatic. It can be healing a trauma. Like, they've never trusted someone this deeply, and now they're opening themselves up to that trust. And this is how we show it. And it is a character growth moment. That's why in your 4th and 5th spice level books, you need to have the sex scenes to move the plot along and the character development along. No other level has that, just 4 and 5. That's how you know if you're writing a spicy book that needs the sex scenes in it.
Yeah. Okay. It's the emotional aspect of it. Like,
absolutely. All right. Don't try too hard with fluids. Fluids are great, but not by the gallon. Too much sweat. Oh God, they're crying again. Too much saliva and too much man-spoo. For the love, pull back. I said it.
Maybe research how much is actually,
if you don't know how it
biologically
works,
possible before you start writing it.
Google is your friend. and the reason I say that is, and I'll kind of I'm getting to that here. This is kind of the funny part, because there are some books where it's like, it's an alien romance or whatever, and there's just like so much spoo, she's swimming in it. Like, there's cups and cups and cups coming, and it's like, I'm like, for some people this is funny. It's parody. It's not meant to be taken seriously. We are having fun. It's like watching a spoof movie, like Airplane or a freaking Naked Gun or any of that. So it's meant to be silly. The Morning Glory Milking Farm is not meant to be a drama that is meant to be taken seriously. It is fun, but do keep in mind that if you're writing silliness, here you go. This is how to do it. If you want people to take you seriously, don't do this. All right, here we go again with the realism verisimilitude. You're totally missing it. Have you even had sex? And here's what I mean by that. She could barely fit her hand around it. How big are we talking here? How big is your hand? You do realize women can't accommodate that, yeah? In any orifice. And I don't care how much lube you have. She had no opening until he penetrated. That literally is not how that works. This is another one that's one of my favorites. Her hymen. These are all real examples, by the way. These are all.
Yeah, no, I figured that, but hold on. There was no did he cut it open before?
There was no opening. He felt with his fingers and found no opening. He would have to penetrate her extra hard, kind of a thing. And I was like, have you ever seen a vagina? Just wondering. Okay. Yeah. Her hymen was so strong it kept him out. There's literally a paragraph about this guy trying to force his way in because her hymen was so strong. Stop! It's not a force field.
Also, newsflash, just so people are aware, not everybody has one. And or if they do, it's not always noticeable. Sometimes it might be just one drop of blood.
Yeah. And sometimes, and there's different shapes. There's crescents. They're not covering all the way. It's not like a full force field. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to menstruate before we're, before
not a sheet of paper you're going through. It's
no. It's not like one of those, those rings where people jump through the papers like ta-da. It's not like that.
Not
It's
what this
not a
is.
solid piece of skin. It's just a leftover from developing, and it's and sometimes it goes away. Even a lot of people. I'm not going to get graphic. I'm going to stop there. So anyway, he's had 3 O's and is still as strong as a steel beam. Nope, that's no. Everybody's favorite, 20 orgasms later, and she still wants more.
She lied to you for a good 15 of them then. Okay. She faked it.
Faker, you're a faker. That, or this is what they think they can do because they're such a good lover. No, baby. Trust me, she's going to be very sore, and she doesn't want you to touch her for at least 2 or 3 days after that kind of night. Believe.
Yeah.
All right.
You're lucky if she doesn't turn into a praying mantis and bite your head off. Okay, like no.
At some point, you're like, get off me.
No, get dressed. I'm done. Go away.
Out.
Go home. Lose my number. Okay. No.
Pillow talk. In real life, a lot of people may have or communicate during intimacy. It can be a good tool in your relationship, but be careful how it reads in a book. Turn off, super raunchy, derogatory, or demeaning language should be avoided unless that's the genre end of the books. I can read, it's fine. And lends to the vibe of your characters. Turn-ons, compliments, sighs, groans, whispers of love. Okays, instructions or requests. So we have turn-offs we have turn-offs here, and we have turn-ons, and then we have things that are okay. Now, be careful with your instructions and requests. Don't make it sound well. Again, consider the tone of your scene and your the type of characters. If they're brand new to sex and this is their first time, she's not going to be like, okay, now flip me over and stick it in my ass. That's not going to happen. You're going to really want to consider the context. Okay, good. The tone of each scene and the characters is really important when choosing dialogue in a love scene. Sometimes they don't need any. They don't have to talk. Unless it's like they've been married for 35 years and they're in the middle of it. And he's like, did you put milk on the grocery list? Yeah, I did. Can you pick the kids up after school tomorrow? Yeah, I can. Oh, baby, so good. That could be in itself a commentary of marriage, and it could be funny. Use it strategically. Don't be a dick about it.
Yeah.
All right. And example, naughtier lingo is more acceptable in contemporary writing and BDSM. You're not necessarily going to have the same phraseology in a science fiction or in a historical fiction as you would in a contemporary story. FYI, I'm sure you get it. All right. Any other
derogatory that you said was a turn off? I mean, it could be a turn on if you're talking BDSM
in the context.
Your research.
Yes, exactly. Or if someone says, well, I don't like being called that, you can go, yeah, well, I do. Anatomy in a sex scene. Can bodies do that? How many fingers, hands, limbs, and tails do your characters have? Picture it, act it out, maybe not, or do whatever your process is. I don't judge, but at least have a working knowledge of what joints can do and which way they freaking bend. Can we please, like, for real, do they need to stretch first? Keep track of their appendages and how they're bending. Courtney, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, if you tie her hands up above her head, don't tell me that you put them behind her back without telling me how you did it. Because I'm going to assume that you broke her shoulder blades to get them there.
Exactly. Do you want your reader to enjoy the scene? And if you want your reader to enjoy the scene, you want your reader, let me read this perfectly now, to enjoy the scene, not think about it. If they have to sit there and try and triangulate X, Y, and find A, then, angle, whatever, that's too much head work happening for a sex scene. We shouldn't be doing geometry in our heads. Math is not hot, ever. Unless you're a math teacher and that's your kink. All right. Also, when you get to the actual sex, don't forget that they still have whole bodies. Their arms and legs don't disappear. Remember to keep them touching, caressing, and kissing. They are entwining, curling, rolling, and repositioning. Feed. Oh, here we go. See, I told you I did not proofread this. This is why proofreading is important, my loves. Feet dig into the mattress. Nips still need attention too. And throw a little nibbling and biting in for funs.
Yeah, learn where all the spots are.
The erogenous zones are.
Yeah, that's the word. My accent was never going to let me say that in a way that would make people understand what I was saying without someone saying it in English.
Erogenous.
Yeah, erogenous zones. Like, you wouldn't have known what I was saying unless somebody said it in English. But like behind the ear, the neck,
yes.
most of the joints actually, which is really weird. Like you're like behind your knee.
The crux of the joints, the soft.
Yeah, like behind your knee and your elbow and stuff like that. Like,
yeah. If you've ever studied the nervous system, follow the nerve bundles and bite those. Love is a battlefield. Okay. It's been said that writing love scenes is the same as writing a battle scene, which is pretty true. Now, I've heard this many, 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 many times. And it's fine because it is an action scene. There is action happening. I caution against this happened, then that happened writing. Here's an example. He threw her onto the bed. She countered by pulling her bodice off. He fell on her, skewing her with a powerful thrust. She lunged up. Yes, she cried. This is not, no.
I'm sorry, but all she took was her bodice off. How did you get in her with a powerful thrust through her underwear?
Courtney gets it. Exactly. But
how traumatic is that? I'm taking my bodice off and you're just like,
thrust.
Dry thrusted.
Not even a little tickle to get me going. Yeah.
Right.
So
flick the bean. Hello.
Flick the bean, please. Bean is important.
Men have not learned to make her go first.
And women, you are also partially responsible for that. If you don't understand how that works, it's a team effort. It's a team effort, unless you have a vibrator. And I'm going to stop now. Anyway, so this is just a kind of a bare bones. This happened, then that happened. And look how much is missing. Look how much we've already been able to make fun of. All right. I am making some fun, of course, but slow down your action. You're not writing a fight. You're writing love. You're writing intimacy. You're writing tenderness. You're writing arousal. Give your characters and your reader time to enjoy it. I like to say it's more like writing an experience of your favorite meal. As you see it approach the table, as you smell its wonderful aroma, as you dig into it and watch it. I was going to say separate. I'm thinking, what separates? Let's see, cutting into a steak, maybe some macaroni and cheese. Let me see. Whatever you're digging into, it changes form because arousal does change the form of some things when it happens. And then you're bringing it to your lips. You're taking it down. You're experiencing the whole thing down your throat and smelling it and tasting it at the same time. That writing a sex scene is like writing a slow enjoyment of your perfect meal. All right. Any questions? How we doing? Are we entertained?
Yeah, we accidentally caught someone off guard. They came in with the dislocating the shoulders.
We do have a scrolling warning at the bottom.
But yeah, no, I've not seen any questions.
Okay, good. I can't even.
We're not there yet. Never mind. Go ahead.
I've got my my notes covering the chat, so I can't even see the chat. All right, climax. What we've all been waiting for. Why we're all here. Why we even started this shindig. Don't be shy. Everybody comes and goes. Trying to describe an orgasm is tricky for some. We want to be creative, but avoid repetition if there are multiple scenes in the book. Some writers simply say orgasm, which is perfectly fine. I like to kind of mix it up. Sometimes I get a little creative. I like saying orgasm as well, but I also like describing tremors and waves and spasms and release. Get creative, but do be careful with your adjective stacking. Overkill is a thing, even with the big O. Ask me how I know, because I went back through some of my sex scenes that I very, very first wrote, and boy, howdy, did I get carried away. Whoa, this all needs to be cut out. Yikes. That's how many tremors is, how long did this thing last? My God.
It probably, to your POV, felt like it lasted a while, but you forgot to mention that it felt like it lasted a while, but it wasn't that long.
It was my first time. I was popping my cherry on the scene, so I was getting very excited. All right, and now we have some no words, some yes, it's okay to say, and use selectively, in my opinion. Your no words include meat, member, his appendage. Oh God, lower lips or lips. Please don't call the labia lips. In fact, let me put them over here. It's okay to say. It's okay to say labia. Yes, they are. There's not a lot of pretty words for our sexy parts.
No,
And
but
then
I will say the
tragedy.
lips is okay when you're making, like, when you're commenting about both of them. I will say that is when it's okay. When you're like, I want to kiss your lips, and then they say something along the lines of which ones.
That's cute. That's useful. That has purpose. But if it's like, and he went down to her lips, I always think mouth. Every single 100%.
Yeah, if
of
you
the
just say
time.
I went to their lips, every reader is going to assume it's these ones.
Or lower lips, and this is why I have a problem with lower lips, because my lips are horizontal.
I'm going to think your lower lip. I'm not going to think
lower lip. But lower lip, but our labias are vertical, not horizontal. So that just makes me feel like there's a mouth facing the wrong way, and it takes me out of the scene immediately. Don't say vag. Not the abbreviation, unless you're in conversation. We're talking about sex scenes here, kids. All this is for my friend in Britain. He brought up the word gash, and I was like, oh God, that's terrible. Go, why? Snatch is an American slang. Butt, boobs, bum. We are not Beavis and Butthead, kids. Okay. Yes, it is okay to say cock, erection, breasts, nipples, areolas, pussy, and cunt, clitoris, and labia. Use them selectively and with care. Let us not overdo it.
And I will say that some readers don't like cunt.
Some people
if you're
don't.
going to use that one, know that some readers might not like it.
Yeah, oh my God, my synonym came up when I double clicked on it. It said pussy or bitch. Never a dull moment. Okay. Yeah, cunt, I actually had to take some time to get used to, but it grew on me over time.
I mean,
and honestly, that is because
like
of my British friends.
Yeah, I like that word. I don't normally use it for a body part, but I like that word.
Yeah, I use it selectively, very selectively, because I am aware that overuse of any of these terms is going to make your reader kind of go, okay,
and that's why we need more.
Yes.
But stay away from badge. Please do not call it a badge.
I happen to have this. It is the Erotic Writer's Thesaurus.
That is.
Ooh. This is if you write love scenes, you need this. My husband got me that as a Christmas present a couple years ago, and it's actually got water damage because I kept spilling drinks on it and stuff. Like, this thing is loved. All right. Use selectively, in my opinion, these kinds of words: balls, scrotum, dick, penis, vagina, slit, ass, rear end. Because they're not
called a rear end. I'm a mechanic. I'm going to immediately think of a claw.
And he grabbed my rear end. Ooh. Did it make a sound?
Yeah. Why? When did we get to the garage? Like, what?
Yeah, I think, especially with words like scrotum and like vagina and penis, like they can be very clinical sounding. It's very technical.
Like the clinical.
Some people do. If that's your bag, that's your bag. It tends to kind of take me out of it. One-time use, I can kind of breeze over it, but lots and lots of it, I'm like, okay, we get it.
There should be lots and lots of any of it.
Yeah. When you have to use these words so frequently in a sex scene, maybe you're not focusing on the experience enough, and you're focusing more on the parts and pieces, and you're telling us and you're not showing us. You're not giving us the experience.
Throw some other senses in there. We don't need all the touch.
Exactly. Now I'm going to talk about
God. I've actually read a lot of stories with that, and I'm kind of like in the middle of it each and every time. No, velvet rod.
Ooh,
I'm in the middle of it each and every time. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just has to do with the author.
That's the kind of thing that it needs to be situationally perfect. I
Yeah.
think in that case. Yeah. All right. And of course, this does not represent all the words. There are other words like kitty, things like that are cute, but do you really want to use a cute word in the middle of a sex scene? Probably not. So, but in conversation, maybe,
Yeah.
if a girlfriends are talking together, you're having your glass of Chardonnay after the workday with your girlfriends, and she's, well, the way he plays with my kitty is top notch. Now that's cute, but
Yeah,
probably
but he shouldn't say that to his guys, okay?
no, he can. I mean, it depends. Anyway, I'm going to talk
Right,
about it.
drinking a couple beers at the garage. Oh yeah,
He's
I
probably
tore
not
up
going to
her
say
kitty.
kitty. He's probably going to say snatch. If
Yeah.
he's with the guys. All right. Consent. This is a hot topic right now. Consent is a very big deal. This never was something that happened in earlier romances. We never worried about consent. We never worried about birth control. But we're going to talk about both of these. And there's a good way to do it and a bad way to do it, just like anything else. Things that were never a thing in earlier romance stories, but a lot of women being a little more self-aware and being a little more sensitive, which I think is a good thing. They are starting to get turned off when stories do not contain both of these things. So consent was assumed usually in the past, unless it was obviously violent, and birth control was hardly ever mentioned. Characters just magically didn't get pregnant, which was always a mystery. And a lot of ladies are like, how are they doing this in the 1800s every day? And it's been months and she's not knocked up. What in the world? So these can be handled tactfully. Use dialogue whispers, okay? And that's phrases like, I want you. Is this okay? That's enough. We do not need to go to the extreme. Keep it casual. Let's not go too far. May I have your permission to part you like the Red Sea? Only after you fill out this form. Spare me.
Unless it's BDSM kink, and in which case it's a dominant subcontract.
Or maybe they're being funny and it's in the contract or whatever. But this is like, by and large, of course, I'm using an extreme example. You don't want to have them go, I would like to have sexual intercourse with you. Is that acceptable to you? Yes, indeed. Here, sign this.
It should be a natural consent. And sometimes it isn't. Like even readers, we want it to be consensual. Yes, we want it to be known it's consensual, but there's natural ways people consent.
How did you do it? How did we do it? When we were, was it
the 90-10 rule where you go 90, they have to go the other 10? They have to, that's a consent for the kiss. That's a consent.
Yes, exactly. And also it can be talked about ahead of time, like, I think tonight's the night. Let's go to our favorite spot, blah, blah, blah. You can do it in many different ways. After that, consent is usually assumed unless one of them says, I'm really not in the mood. If the other one doesn't back off, we have a different situation now. All right. Birth control. Don't make it hot. Birth control is not hot. Don't describe the rolling on of the condom. Please calm down. Make it tasteful. You can describe it, but don't get into it. Don't try to make it a sensual experience unless you do and it actually works. My hat is off. Address it with inner monologue or simple action. He grabbed a small packet and pulled the foil apart. Works fine. We get it. Or show. I just don't like it when people make a big show of it and it turns into a thing and it's interrupting my hot. It's interrupting the heat of the moment here. That's what I don't like. So, or show the FMC taking her
putting a condom on with your mouth. That can get hot.
But you, blah, 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 blah.
But also,
is it a flavored one? Because those still taste like rubber ass.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. That can be hot. You can make it so birth control is, but you're not doing that every single time you put a condom on.
Yeah, it's okay to experiment. Who hasn't put one on with their mouth? But all those were the days. But
the way you had to struggle so hard to say.
Moving on.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't do it every time you write about birth control.
Agreed. Agreed. Find your way to do it, but be nice.
Yeah.
You can show the FMC taking her pill or getting a shot at another time or talking about it with her friends or whatever. She can mention it if it comes up, but you don't have to have a full conversation about it and break the moment. He can simply ask something as easy as, "Are we safe?" I'm not saying this is just an example. There are other ways of saying it. There's a whole list of different ways you can do it. This is just an example. Some people disagree with me, but I've gotten compliments about how my consent and birth control moments are handled minimally. Some writers want to have it in every scene, no matter how many times the MCs have banged. I find that tedious. This is really up to you if it works for you. But I'm grain of salt this, people. This is just a little, little personal advice. I've heard a lot of readers, and like I said, I read the comments from those gals on Facebook talking about different books and saying, God, if they would just quit talking so much about has she had her birth control, unless they're trying to get pregnant, maybe we don't need to have a whole conversation about it when we're trying to get down and dirty,
Yeah.
So that's a whole nother thing.
And getting consent each time. Are they a situationship or in a relationship? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's assumed after it's given the first time, usually in books and in writing, unless then one says, no, not tonight, and the others doesn't stop. That's a problem. Yeah. And maybe that needs to be part of the story. I don't know what your story is. And, everybody needs to write different things. So I'm no judgment.
That's where the realism comes in.
The aftermath. There will be spoo. Whether we've used a condom or not, you got to deal with the results. And ladies make wetness too. It's not all coming out of him. Reading other spicy books, I noticed that they do the same thing as in the movies. They finish, they just roll over, or they stand up, and I'm like, where's the baby batter? Because I'm thinking, or she gets up and puts on her little, panties and just puts her clothes on and walks out, and I'm like, where did it go? Just want to know. I want to know where it went. Now I'm distracted. I try to at least have them grab a tissue towel or even a piece of clothing. Don't make a big deal out of it, but it is a thing. And this is another thing I've gotten compliments on 100% of the time. They're like, I love how you deal with this. Nobody else does that. And it is something to consider because it is part of realisticness. Now, again, you don't have to do it after every single scene. Maybe if they're in a pool or a lake, it's not going to be as much of an issue, but it is something. And occasionally I say she grabs the tissues and they take care of themselves, or she has a towel and they, they clean up. And when they were done cleaning up, they went and had a glass of wine, or cuddled on the couch. And I like to say that most of the times, not all the time, because I also don't want to beat you over the head with it. We get it, but it's a nice thing for a lot of ladies that kind of feel like you remembered. Oh, that's so nice. Nobody remembers that. Give them a chance to bond afterwards too, especially if it is their first time. Please have audition uggles and lovin's and kisses. They need that too. We're getting close to the end here. And since we are writing a story with character development, growth, and story arcs, what has changed? As with all momentous occasions, the characters should be somewhat different after they've made love. They should be closer, more familiar, and more loving. Has their worldview changed? This is how we know that the sex scenes are necessary, is if something has altered in their personal or worldview. A character with an abusive history may feel healed by the tenderness of their lover. One who doesn't believe love is real could feel that tug at their heart. If they are enemies, they may realize that not all of the other side is villainous. Is the world a brighter place? Or maybe they have just endangered their mission. Maybe they're making plans for the future, or maybe they've just destroyed everything they've worked for. Play with the themes and how this act or any that follow can confirm or strip away what they need or want. That is the end. I have my outro. I even wrote it out because I saw you telling everybody to do one, but we don't have to do that yet. That's it, you guys. So I hope you learned something. Please tell me you're smarter or maybe a little turned on. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just minimize my screen. You can take me off a screen share.
All right. Wow. What a journey we've been on. I was like, oh my goodness. I feel like I've learned so much, both about writing spice and about you two.
We have outed ourselves.
And everyone in the chat who's joining us. I'm like, wow. I was like, does Scarecrow book 2 to have like some like spicy sex scene? Like, I don't know. I feel like I do now. Like I have to like, join the club.
Sweet, Mrs. Scarecrow. Bow, chicka, wow, wow.
I mean, that kind of defeats the point if he's the last Scarecrow, though.
Or does WriteNow just need to have a spicy flash fiction?
A spicy flash.
Oh my lord!
Oh my goodness, that'd be an interesting one. I wonder if people would sign up for that or not.
I would have a very hard time figuring out if I wanted to participate in that one or be a judge, because
yeah, that'd be a hard one. That'd be a very difficult one to figure out. Like, hey, how do you position it so it doesn't become too much? Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't think that's been done before either.
There are spicy anthologies, but I haven't, and there are some writing. I don't know about writing competitions though. So yeah, you might be onto something with that for sure.
I know.
I don't know about the competitions, but I definitely know that one of my favorite authors dropped her anthology right before this event. So it is sitting in my Kindle waiting for this to be over so I can read it.
Apparently the Scarecrow spicy novella is going to just be called The Restuffing. A Scarecrow story.
That's a bold title.
Wow.
It's going to be a standalone novella.
You guys heard it first. Y'all wait for the Scarecrow restuffing.
Scarecrow gets stuffed.
Actually, you know what I would do is I would actually just put out some ideas, and then I'll just let the fan fiction community go with it. They love to do their fan fiction.
There's always
relationships.
There's always porn. There are so many pornographic or spicy fanfics about the Harry Potter series. One of them is gaining traction. I think one gal who did the Hermione and Draco one actually got a book deal, and that's going to be redone. It's like going to be the next Twilight or something.
I saw that. That was like I'm pretty sure that was like a historic moment for fan fiction to get such credibility. Fan fiction never gets the type of attention. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so we can keep chatting, or I have some silly exercises for us.
I say we push your giveaway one more time.
Oh, sure.
Then we can do silly exercises.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And I got to pull it up on my end. Back to our giveaway, and I will let you do the honors and chat it up again.
Yes. So I offer editing, writing coaching. In any genre. It doesn't have to be spicy. But I am here to help you with that if you need it as well, if you need comfort. If you need some advice, I'll do all the kinds of editing. I also do cover design and cover design, editing, coaching. Oh, and I help coach you all the way to publishing. So if you don't know where to get your ISBNs, how do you communicate with a cover artist? Where do you get? What do you do for formatting? What's the difference between an AISN and an ISBN? Where do I hit publish? What's the difference between Drafted Digital, Ingram Spark, Amazon? All of that. I can take you through every single process, walk you through what to do with screen shares until you hit that publish button and you can say you are a published author. Yay. And I'm offering 50% off on all those services because I didn't know what anybody wanted. And I didn't want to just, here's a spice book. I thought, maybe it would be more widely appealing if it wasn't just something that had to do with sex.
Which is absolutely amazing. And considering how pricey editing and these types of services are, highly recommend Jayelle, as you've been able to see from the past 2 hours, is highly, very, very knowledgeable about a lot of different areas, especially spice, but also different areas as well.
So if you guys want to enter for this giveaway, make sure you type in the chat #spice.
Yep. Type in #spice for a chance to be eligible to win this free giveaway. #spice. Type in #spice in the chat and we will throw up that giveaway in just a second. #spice for a chance to be entered to win. Awesome. And we will come back to that shortly. So very, very cool. I feel like I've learned so much from the past couple hours. I was like, I just don't even know where to begin.
Well, this is going to be like actually writing all that down was such a good exercise for me too, because I'm going to be pulling most of that for videos in the future for the hotspot with Jayelle.
Hey, actually, I did have a random question because I'm just not familiar with the spice category or genre.
Sure.
And I think about more open door spice that I've seen in fantasy, which I know romantasy is there's much more, but in fantasy, generally it's closed door for the most part. Do writers, or is there a trend where writers will create character relationships for more taboo type relationships? What I think of with fantasy is like Game of Thrones, the Jaime and the Cersei relationship. Like, even though like that's brother sister, it's very, very popular. Very, very popular, even though that is a taboo relationship. Is that a thing that's done or not at all?
Typically. I wouldn't say it was typically done until then it was. And I will
think Game of Thrones normalized it a little bit for like
the television show did. The books do not have that much sex in them at all. It's more like it's more implied.
They don't. The TV shows did sexualize it more. They touch upon the sex scenes, but it's not to the same extent.
Yeah, and I would say to a damaging degree.
Maybe so. I think it did take away from some of the plot, but what they were looking at, and the reason that George R.R. Martin chose that route is to honor the old the royal lineages of many royal families, where they would only enter Rome, Greece, England, France, like. There in Spain, there were some families that were so interbred the kids couldn't even freaking function,
I mean, that's how we know it's a taboo thing, honestly.
Well, it kind of goes against our nature. We aren't naturally attracted to family members for a reason. And when they go against that because they're trying to keep their bloodline pure, they've just really fucked up their lineage. But that's kind of where he was going with it, not only with the Lannisters, but also with the Dragon Rider family. Yeah, Targaryens. And
you're right.
So that actually had a purpose. It was less of a kink and more of a function of the story. If people,
I think that's a good call out. So then that's a good call out for the intentionality behind why that was integral to the characters.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of kinks, and I did make the mistake of looking up some of these because I was like, I don't believe it. People wouldn't actually publish books about their dad's best friend or their uncle or their actual parent or what, and I'm like, or their brother or their stepbrother stuff is real popular because they're not actually related, but it's familial.
I could see that. There's not really bad blood.
Yeah, there are things out there that I can't unsee now. But I think in fantasy, particularly, I would say it is very unusual to have a kink in there, because if you are a true fantasy writer, you don't want readers focusing on this kink. You want them distracted by this weird relationship, unless it is part of the plot, unless it has a purpose, or it's by necessity. They're the last two surviving members. They happen to be half siblings or step siblings. That can be something that could be interjected. But again, it's usually a royal family thing. It's not. People who are poor have a lot more variety, not the variety, but I was trying to think of a lot more
freedom to not breed with your family.
Yeah.
What's the most difficult, like, spicy material that you've had to write before, or that you've embarked on?
I mean, I think that would be like I feel like that's subjective to the person. I mean, I don't find the conversation of sex to be taboo at all.
Yeah, I don't either. And I think that's always the challenge with like online. Like, okay, because it's one thing if you're talking with people in person, but like online, it's like you have to navigate it in a way where it doesn't come across. And then there's also like copyright and like so many things. So it's like, I think navigating it correctly.
I think writing the scenes for one of my characters who was severely abused by family members as she was a child, learning how to trust that intimacy is safe and pleasurable was one of the most emotional things I've ever done. And it was like a personal therapeutic thing. For me, it wasn't family. So I'm not going to go into details, but thank God it wasn't family. But that's why I actually started writing. This is why I'm so dedicated to spice, is because if it weren't for that book, I may not be here, because it was the thing that literally brought me through a very dark time that helped me want to stay around. And now I'm so happy and excited. I want to share with everybody, and it angers me when people get the trash it because they don't understand, or they go, well, that's just disgusting. Well, then don't freaking read it. There are 80 billion other books out there. Don't step in my Kool-Aid. I like this Kool-Aid. Back off.
Yeah.
So,
I think what I struggle with is writing like intimate scenes of people that aren't damaged. You know, like if you don't have emotional trauma towards something intimate, I struggle knowing what that's like.
Okay.
And so trying to write
healthy.
normal,
Okay, yeah.
I
hear ya.
struggle with that. Like, I mean, you edited Falling for a Storm. You were like, you know, you've been on a date. No, I had not. Okay. And I made sure I dated before I edited Falling for a Storm. And so my date seemed normal because I don't know what normal intimacy was, you know, like I had to experience that to write it.
That's a good point. But then once I called it out, I'm sure you probably did research or thought through like, okay, well, what would that normal type date, or what would a more normalized date look like for these characters?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. And also, if you like, I have one truly essay scene out of all my books. I have one that is forced, but it is oral only. I don't like doing the rappies. So I try to avoid that because I get very triggered by that stuff, and I don't want to write that.
You said that the what?
The rappies, the rapies.
Yeah,
I don't like writing that. But
that's difficult to write.
I don't know that I could write one. I don't know if I could make it through. But and I don't particularly care for reading it. If it's really super graphic and violent, I have a hard time with it. But for writing one, I did do a little essay that was an oral essay. Essay is like sexually aggressive. So but it didn't finish. It got interrupted because I didn't want to be known for that. I didn't want to say, trigger warning, there's a big horrible essay scene in this. And I wanted it to be more natural to the story. And it does fulfill purpose. It does move the plot along. If that doesn't happen, other things won't happen. So it was purposeful. And I beg anybody who does these kinds of scenes, it has to have meaning. It has to have an intention in the plot and with the characters. Otherwise, you're just doing it to be an asshole. Please don't do that. A lot of us ladies don't need it, for real. If it has purpose,
and the ones that read it for healing have authors that have experienced it that write it for healing. It's the intention behind the scene. What is your intention? What is the character's intention? And how it's coming across.
Completely agreed with that. And I think on that note, now's probably a good time to do our giveaway. So let's do our Spice giveaway. Not Spice, it's like writing service giveaway. I don't know why I'm thinking Spice. Like Spice getting on the brain.
Spice, if you want to be entered into the Jayelle's giveaway.
Yes, type in #Spice. Let's do the giveaway. I'll throw back up the screen and let's see what we see. So without further ado, I got our Spice tool and we are going to do it once Kaufman finds it. Type in #Spice into the chat to be entered. #Spice. And all right, let's see. Hey, congratulations.
I presentation earlier. Oh, I'm so thrilled.
That's actually like literally perfect. I feel like, because I know Laura was asking a bunch of questions, you'll probably be able to really help her out.
Oh, I hope so. Oh, I'm excited. Oh, wonderful. Yay.
So Laura, make sure you fill out this form. Let's see, let me go.
Are you doing it? Because I have it.
Oh, you have it? Yeah, if you want to drop it. So we're going to enter the, Courtney's going to enter the form in the chat. Make sure, Laura, to go fill out that form so you can fill out your details. And then Jayelle, you guys will be in touch.
Wonderful. So I guess I'm looking for an email. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll the form collects all the details that you'll need. And we'll put you guys in touch after the
I'm
WriteNow
so
one.
excited. Oh, Laura, we're gonna have a blast. It's gonna be great.
Yep. So once you fill that out, we'll be in touch with all the giveaway details, both for the winners and our guest writers next week.
Cool.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Very, very exciting. Yeah. So, I mean, I think this was a really, really great session. As always, like the engagement for this was really high. I could tell people were asking some really good questions.
Oh, yeah.
For this.
This is one of those topics that's like we're scared to talk about. We're scared to ask about it because there's such a stigma about it, and there's so much fear and like societal pressure about it. And when you come across somebody who is comfortable and just treats it as normal, it's such a relief. And I don't know, I may probably be the oldest one in this little room here, but I remember Dr. Ruth Schlesinger. Do you guys remember Dr. Ruth Schlesinger?
I don't think so.
The little German therapist gal, little short thing with like red hair, and she was a sex therapist, and she would be like, "Let's talk about sex. Sex is good. It's healthy. Everybody must have more sex." And she was like the best. She was the freaking best. If you don't know who that is, freaking look her up. She is awesome. And I kind of want to emulate that comfort level to get rid of the stigma. It is part of our lives. There shouldn't be anything weird or gross about it.
Well, it is, but I mean, I think it's because there's so much societal expectations, especially in Western culture, as it pertains to sexuality in general, and the normalizing of sex, even though it's a very natural thing. It is. But yeah, I mean, it all stems from there. It's societal pressures, and I mean, it's generally the most in Western culture.
It is. And I honestly think that if we had healthier conversations about it, not just as older adults now that we're traumatized and trying to figure out how to heal, but as younger people in our 20s, maybe even in college and stuff, if we had more healthy conversations about it, we probably would, a lot of us, be a lot less damaged. So just saying.
And I think it is my belief that conversations about sexuality, about sex in general, will probably continue to evolve and become more normalized over the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, as has the conversation about mental health. When we think about what mental health was at 20, 40, 50 years ago, taboo. But now it's become
and
slightly more
LGBTQ
normalized.
topics, all of that. Like, we're starting to finally have healthy, positive conversations about all of this, and it's wonderful.
Yep. Awesome. Jayelle, we appreciate you joining us. This has been incredible. I knew you're absolutely the right person for leading our spicy session. And like, Courtney, you guys were both great. I was like, I knew like spice, like I know nothing about it. I'm like, Scarecrow, sex scene, I don't know.
Scarecrow has no junk. No, Courtney was like,
oh, no, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, Kaufman can edit them. I will say that Kaufman can edit the scenes.
I've definitely edited quite a number of spice books, so like I understand the editing of it because I understand character development, plot beats, and story arcs. But like going and creating it myself, I would be like, I'd have to do a lot of development because I've never tried writing it myself personally. But I find it all very fascinating.
It is. It's very cool. And Courtney was the perfect wing woman. Thank you, my darling.
Thank you for inviting me.
Can I read my outro now?
Yeah. So, Jayelle, we're going to
right now.
And our big ask is that if you can end off saying "right now" for us for our.
I got
you. Yay!
I got you covered, baby. All right. I'm Jayelle Dee, published author of spicy romance and writing coach for all levels and genres. Check out my website, barnellbooks.net, and my brand new YouTube channel, The Hotspot with Jayelle. Remember to be bold and write now.
Oh, that was awesome. That was great. I feel like I need to write now after you saying that. That was great.
Get to work.
You need to write now. Wow. Yeah, I feel very much emboldened. Awesome. Jayelle, we appreciate you, my friend. I know what do we have coming up next? I think we have some writing sprints. Yeah, so I think we actually have some motivation. So now that we've been talking about writing spice scenes for the past 2 hours, now it's time to practice writing some spice scenes if
Oh,
that's what
hell.
you're working on. So we're going to be hopping into some writing sprints in just a bit. But yeah, just wanted to say thanks for joining us, Jayelle. You're awesome.
It was such a pleasure and an honor, Kaufman. Anytime I can support you, you know I will. Mwah.
And of course, you're welcome to join us tomorrow for the activities if you're awake after staying up so late with us. You're always more than welcome to join us. I think we will be keeping the conversation going all night, all day. Yeah, I was like, we're getting there.
I need to go figure out how to come down from this this streaming high.
All right,
You
Jayelle.
figure that out. You want to DM me and let me know?
It might involve some booze, just so you know. I might need to self-medicate here.
Well, let us know how that goes, Jayelle. Thanks again for joining us.
Bye, guys.
Oh man, Courtney, how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling like I've had 5 monsters today.
Ooh, I mean, I was able to take a break so far. I know you've gone the longest so far out of our team. And let's see, we are what 2 so wait, I'm trying to see. So 12, 14. I think we're at the 16-hour mark now. Yeah, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so we're at 16. We passed the halfway mark.
Yeah, I was gonna say this chapter should be halfway at some point. We should be halfway at this chapter. So
we should definitely be. Yeah, no, it's like we're slightly over halfway with this chapter. And let me tell you, we have some crazy stuff coming up. We have some absolutely crazy stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw up the schedule real quick. Let's just do a few quick call outs, a few quick reminders. But first, if you have been enjoying this stream, if you're enjoying talking with other writers, conversing, make sure you tap that follow and subscribe button. 733 streams and counting. And clearly we have writers talking about all the different genres, all the different styles. If you haven't seen how much celebrating we've been doing this past 16 hours, we got a lot going on in this community. And we have a lot more to come. So make sure to subscribe, follow, and you'll be alerted when we go live. Yeah, that's my subscribe and follow. Just wait till tomorrow. I'll be even loopier with my lack of sleep. All right. And then I know we got some fun schedule stuff coming up. Let's see. And Courtney, we have some fun stuff lined up for tomorrow too. I mean, I guess it's today actually.
we have just fun stuff lined up. Like
I know.
It's been fun this entire time. Why do you think I'm still here?
I know that's actually a really good point. Let's see. So as you can see with where we're at, and by the way, welcome if you're just hopping in. Where this is the WriteNow Thon. This is our end of year writing celebration as we're celebrating 2025 and looking forward into 2026 with workshops, conversations, games, and much, much more. So we're about to hop into a couple writing sprints. We're going to try to be productive and see just what we can accomplish together. And then we will transition tomorrow. We still have some fun stuff ahead of us. We have another Quilluminati event as we look forward into next year. We have some celebrations, some writing block activities, and of course, Jeopardy right now. This is going to be your chance to win a prize and compete against other writers in the community. This is one of our most exciting writing games that we do in the Right Now community. So you're definitely going to want to join that with us at 11 a.m. Eastern. And then we will still have lined up tomorrow afternoon. We'll have interviews, some story sprints, publishing while having a day job, and a major Right Now keynote announcement that will shock as we lay the groundwork and the framework for what is the future of Right Now. And that is what I got for you guys. So let's hop into the next one. Courtney, how are you feeling? Are you going to join us for a writing sprint, or are you going to dip out?
No, I'm actually on duty for modding, so I will join you in the comment section for this writing sprint. But I think we have a giveaway.
Oh, we do have a giveaway. You're probably right about that. I'm like, where's my brain? Let's see. Giveaway. Where are we at? If I was a giveaway, I would be here. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. Our next giveaway is awesome. So perfect. So our next giveaway is going to be with our very own, another wonderful Quilluminati, the amazing, the incredible Miss K. Parquet. Welcome, my friend.
Hello. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good evening to
How are
you.
you?
Well, I guess it's good morning.
Yeah, no, it's good morning for me.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay, it's always funny because I'm such a night owl and I know you're such a morning person. I'm like, we're seeing each other at like the opposite ends of the day all the time.
Mhm.
I think
Yeah.
this might be the first time in history where we are on at the same time and both actively awake, even though it's technically both evening and morning, depending on where you live.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, so it's 4 a.m. here for me.
I know, and I'm 2 a.m. and I think it's like, I think 2 a.m. is still considered night. I think 2 a.m. is still night, generally speaking. I think most people start considering morning like 4, 5, 6, depending on where you are.
Yeah.
But that's just me. Kay, if you want to do a quick little intro, intro
goodness.
yourself. Who are you? What do you do? You know, that whole shebang.
Okay. So my name is Kay Parquet. I am the author of the Blossom Street Shop series, which you can find on my website at kparquet.com. I write green pepper spice with a little tang. So it's not quite pepper spicy, but there are closed door moments in Fade to Black. So I just like to call it green bell pepper spice with a little tang because it's very tame.
Awesome. So glad to have you here, Kay. We very much appreciate you. And we knew it was perfect timing to kick off with your giveaway. Awesome. Since we're queuing this up right now, and boom. So we got your giveaway here on screen. This is a great book. Do you want to give a little detailed description about your giveaway, Kay?
So this is the first book in my series. It's about Emma and Nathan, which is a reverse gap age romance. And it's also second chances and a couple of other tropes that are thrown in there. But it's about a bookshop owner that meets a librarian and they hit it off. And there we go for the whole book.
Ooh, bookshop owner and a librarian. Who doesn't love a library romance? That sounds great.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun to write. So yeah.
Did you have to go like research like a bunch of like libraries and bookstores to make sure you got like the right librarian vibe?
No, I think I got the right librarian vibe just from experience. Most of my books are written because of experience. And the reason I started writing like reverse age gap is because I didn't really see a lot. I mean, I know it's out there. It's definitely out there, but I didn't see a lot in the authors that I was reading. So I was like, okay, this sucks because I don't see myself in these books, which, you know, when you read these books, you want comfort, you want something familiar, you know, something like that.
And I'm curious because I'm not familiar with the term. What is reverse age gap?
That means the woman is older than the man instead of the man being older than the woman.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know there was a term for that. But I guess that would make sense actually. Where the woman's, is it because traditionally the man's always older than the woman in a lot of traditional like romance?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
pretty
see
much.
age gap, typically the male is the older one. Reverse age gap just allows you to know that the female is the older character.
Interesting.
Exactly.
Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, that's super cool. I mean, hey, more power to that. I was like, I didn't even know there was a thing. I was like, I thought that would be normalized, but I'm like, I guess it actually makes sense. Awesome. Well, this definitely sounds like a really, really great story. So anybody who wants to sign up, who wants to be eligible for this giveaway, type in #mode into the chat. We will be doing this giveaway over the course of the next hour. So we'll check back in at the end of the session. So type in #mode for a chance to win the digital offering of the bookshop on Blossom Street, which is a very great name, by the way. Very, very good.
I like that cover too.
I love
you.
the color and the title.
Yeah. All the books have tree blossoms as different ones. Like Courtney, you might like the one that's about the military guy. It's a blue cover with yellow blossoms.
I was going to say, I saw the
means.
second one. You showed some image of both of them together, and I was like, oh my God, I love that. Because, like, I like it when a series, the covers like go together and like fit like a puzzle. I'm very OCD like that. And like, I would love that on my bookshelf. I get so angry if authors change it up in the middle of a series. I'm like, why? So
no,
yeah,
it'll be tree blossoms on a background for most part. So you'll get the matching covers. Don't
yeah,
worry.
no, I love that.
Yay. So definitely type in hashtag mode into the chat for a chance to win this giveaway. And we will check back in with our giveaway at the end of the session. Courtney, thanks for joining us. Courtney's going to hang out in the chat with us. But Courtney, you were absolutely incredible with our spice session. And I appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciate you.
All right. Okay. I feel like I'm ready for some writing. Like I feel like I've been energized and motivated since the start of this Write Now-a-thon that I feel like I need to write now. I was like writing. I feel like I need to be motivated to write.
Okay. Well, we're going to try and motivate everybody to write. I am not quite motivated. I needed more coffee.
You're like, all right, like, where's the coffee? I'll hand you some. No, I think I just have soda right now. I haven't done all the energy drinks like Courtney was doing.
Oh, I can't do that many energy drinks. Oh my gosh, you have to peel me off the ceiling.
I used to be able to. Now I'm just an old man. Now it's just like
you're not old. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Not yet.
I know it's funny. Back in the day when I used to work in coffee shops, I would do caffeine, like shots of espresso in the morning and then energy drink in the afternoon. And now if I do like too much caffeine, my body like gets way too like jittery and it's like it just doesn't respond well to high levels of caffeine. And I'm like, dang you. For 20 plus years of caffeine, I guess I'll take it as long as I can.
Sometimes caffeine will put me to sleep. Because I have ADHD and it's like the opposite of what it does to most people.
So then does that mean that doing decaf will have the opposite effect?
I wish. But I have to drink copious amounts of caffeine to really get awake. Otherwise, I will just go take a coffee nap and be out for like an hour. Yeah.
So when you do decide on caffeine, do you usually go coffee?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do you have like a preference for like roast or blend or like coffee type? As somebody who worked in the coffee industry for many years, I'm always curious what people's preferences are. If people are like, yeah, I like coffee, I'm like, all right, tell me what roast. I'll do a coffee tasting and it'll be epic. But I only worked in the industry for 20 years. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I love dark roast or medium roast. Blonde is acceptable, but I prefer the deeper flavors of medium and dark. I know that dark doesn't have as much caffeine as like say blonde, but if I drink 10 cups, then it's fine, right?
And I think it depends like with coffee lovers, like if they want like the taste of the caffeine or if they're actually trying to wake up. And I think a lot of people who drink dark tend to really like the taste so they can make it last longer a lot of the time.
Yeah. And I tend to turn them into mochas or something like that because or I'll drink it black. It depends. I really love Tim Hortons medium roast to just drink black because it's so smooth. It's just yeah.
You know what's interesting is I worked in Starbucks for many years, and I appreciate Starbucks for what they do. They don't have the best coffee though. They have the best minimum quality. It's like Netflix, right? Netflix, good streaming options, but not always the best quality. Netflix, Starbucks, you know what to expect, and you can go anywhere in the world, and you know what you can expect from it. But the best coffee is always at local coffee shops because they go for quality. So like I always love finding local coffee shops, but if I'm in a rush, I'm like, all right, I know what I want to get from a Starbucks because I don't have time for that.
Yeah. My favorite drink from Starbucks, by the way, is the iced brown sugar oat milk shaken espresso or whatever it is.
I used to love that one. Oh man. Yeah, that was a good one.
Do you know how much caffeine those things have in them?
Yeah, because those ones were generally plus 1, 2, or they were generally 1 or 2 plus shots.
It's about 350 I almost said calories, but milligrams of caffeine just in that one venti cup of coffee. And I drink 2 of those sometimes in a day. So
it's because the taste fools a lot of people. Because like, oh yeah, it's very tasty, so there's not that much. A customer asked us one time, they're like, how much caffeine is it? How many milligrams of caffeine is in this? So then I went down the rabbit hole and I had to search the exact milligram content for every single drink. It's like, okay, now I understand like milligrams. Awesome. So thank you so much. Okay. So on that note, coffee. Now I'm actually going to be craving coffee for the rest of our session.
I'm gonna go get some more. So
I know we were queuing this up for a writing sprint. Did you have anything in mind that you wanted to like throw up on screen or a timer? What were you thinking? Or I can
no, go ahead. What you can what?
Oh, I was going to say I can throw up stuff if you want, but I wasn't sure what your plan was.
I don't. I mean, I have a timer, but I don't know if it's going to work very well with the screen share. So if you have a timer, that would be great.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me throw up. I can get the timer. I think I figured out a timer setup with the screen share setup after 730 streams.
I would hope so at this point.
Oh man. And yet, you know what? Okay, I still make mistakes.
And that's okay. You're only human.
Okay, how long do you think we should go for a sprint? You think we should split it up into two? So it looks like we got about 45 minutes. Do you think we should go one full one or try to split into two?
I think maybe we should just do one full one.
Okay.
Probably. That way we keep to the schedule as much as possible.
Yes. Okay. So what I will do is we'll throw up some music and let me set. So we got 45. So we can do that.
Probably like a 30-minute sprint, maybe.
Yeah, and then we can chat about our progress. What are you going to be working on, or what are you going to once you get your caffeine? What are you going to try to push yourself to work on? Are you in the middle of like a book right now?
I am actually. I'm almost finished with one, so I'm going to probably work on that because I have some ideas on how to end it. I'm a puzzler, which is I write the end scene, I write the beginning scene, and then I fill in the middle. So I'm filling in the middle.
Oh, you're filling that's interesting. You do the beginning and the end, and then the middle is like understand. But I mean, I guess that actually works. I mean, part of like my plotting technique, I try to get the major plot points first, and usually beginning and climax are generally bigger. I mean, midpoint is hit or miss depending on what type of novel. That's really cool. Do you know what it is? Are you a discovery writer?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yep. So you're you're figuring out as you go. Okay.
Yeah, my editor swears she's going to turn me into a planster, and I'm like, no, you're not. Over my cold dead body.
You're like, that is not allowed. You know what? I have a theory that even discovery writers, because we have a lot of discovery writers in the community, that even discovery writers still have to become planters. We've been using the term discovery and architects in the community, but even discovery writers still have to plan on the back end of the process. So like once you have the story, like you got to make sure all the things make sense. So I still think that planning is there. It's just not at the forefront.
Well, what I do is I do reverse outlining. So reverse outlining is taking everything in the book and basically going through it and writing down all the plot points that you've gone through already and then filling in the blanks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. I like that. I think that's a little similar to my technique, actually. I do this but I do it more like I get the major plot points and then I ask myself what is the exact middle point that I'm missing, and then I try to figure out middle points. So if I have beginning and end, then what's the midpoint? If I have beginning and middle, then what's either a end of Act 1 or that transition into the new world. And then I kind of work like that because I'm like the middle point should always be either a high or a low. So
absolutely, yeah,
always fascinating. Awesome. Well, I have it all queued up. We'll find some music. I think Soul got us some cool music for the stream, and we'll see what we see.
Okay, that sounds good.
Awesome. 30 minutes on the clock, whether you are writing, editing, revising, brainstorming, author branding, or maybe you're just procrastinating. Come join us because it's time to right now.
I'm going to turn my camera off so I can get more coffee real quick, but I'll be
You're good.
okay.
There was no cool fantasy timers, and I think those the sound effects I had. I'm like, okay.
You startled me with the first one. I was like, what was that?
We're coming out of the writing sprint. Man, 30 minutes on the clock. And they came
Bingo card right there.
Oh,
saw a pet.
I saw him. What's your pet's name again?
His name is Liam. He's in his pajamas because it's cold.
I saw him just quickly coming by. Does this give you writing motivation when you're trying to write?
No, he just thinks I have food.
That makes sense. That's what my roommate's dog always does. Like, oh yeah, I want to come and hang out because you have food.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, yeah, that sounds about right. Oh man, how did that writing sprint treat you? Were you able to get any words in?
I got a few words in, but it's just so early for me that my brain was like, "What are you doing?" So, I went into Canva.
Start because I mean I know you're. Is this earlier than you normally start?
Yeah, I don't usually start till about 5 or 6.
5 is till like another hour or two.
I'm just starting to
like wake up. Yeah, I mean it's hard on the times where I stream a little earlier, and my earlier is like 10 to 12, not like 5 to 6. Like I know it's not that early, but I know if I wake up and I hop straight into like doing a writing stream, it's like my brain's like foggy. And I'm like drinking caffeine and like waiting for it to wake up and like hoping that I can figure out. I'm like, Scarecrow, please talk to me now. And in my dream-addled delusions.
No, it takes me a while to wake up. And then once I'm awake, the brain starts going and it's like, okay, let's sit down and do this. Plus, like I said, I have ADHD, so I take pills to help me focus because of that. And they only last so long before there's a crash. So it's like, okay, so once I've taken my pills, I have 6 to 7 hours to get things done before I just become useless. So
yeah, I feel that. I tried to take a nap when I went offline and like I was just so restless. Like my brain would not let me sleep. I tried. I legitimately tried. Restless tossing and turning does not do any good because I didn't get any REM sleep. But it's all right. It's all good. We only WriteNow a Thon once a year, so
yeah. Well, instead of writing though, I went into Canva and made a bunch of shorts.
So you were still doing like author stuff, and that's actually a really good strategy. If you're not like feeling creative on one portion, still doing something that's being like, I mean, even if you're not putting words on page, author branding stuff is still another critical part of the puzzle.
Absolutely.
And I think
gotta advertise those books.
I think a lot of writers like undervalue that. The social media stuff is important. If you don't spread the awareness, nobody buys the books.
Yeah, and I have a publicist too that helps me out. So
that's really cool. Are you for your books, do you self-publish all yours, or are you represented by anyone? Or
no, I wish I was, but no, I'm self-published right now. Might try to become hybrid though. We'll see.
I feel like hybrid's a really popular strategy for a lot of writers out there. But that's cool that you have a publicist.
Yeah, no, she's pretty cool. But she helps me out quite a bit. And each book that comes out, we've already planned ahead to, because I mean, as an author, you really need to have your face out there so that people know who you are. Because if you don't have your face out there and you're selling books, people are gonna be like, who the hell is this person? And why am I buying books from them? You know, so you really got to have yourself out there. And that's hard for some people because it's just hard. It's just hard to put yourself out there. Most people are not good at that. Most people don't know how to do that. Most people are not comfortable with that. So
especially most authors, who a lot of authors are like introverts a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge introvert, and doing this stuff with social media and all this stuff really pushes my comfort zone. But you got to do it. It's like,
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I feel like back in the day, I used to be introverted, but after
Mhm.
many years of customer service, I kind of like learned that I think there's a lot of parts of the extroversion that I enjoy, and I did a lot of theater as well. So I mean, there's parts of the spotlight I know I definitely enjoy, but I think for, and I guess just speaking from my own experience, I think it's balance. I think there's times where I enjoy the introverted stuff. Like I love doing my own thing. There's also times where I enjoy being around people and extroversion and spotlight. I think for me, it's just finding balance between the
that's
two.
called an ambivert, actually.
Extrovert.
An ambivert, and I am an ambivert as well. I'm great
Mhm.
being extroverted,
Mhm.
but then I need time to recharge. I need days
Yeah, I
to
totally
get
get
it.
that. Mhm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's really interesting. You know what's interesting with your journey that I know about, that you've gone with a publicist. I think that's a really good strategy. That's like a really, really smart strategy because I've also considered that. I don't think I'm going to go the published agent route quite yet or indie publishing, but a publicist, especially one who they have knowledge or they have experience or they have a network, is very, very important. I've highly, highly considered that um, the first type of individual that I would invest in would probably be a publicist because
Mhm.
I also recognize, right, it's that the strategies, the social media strategy, the book launch, where to put your stuff out there is so, so important.
yeah, it's very important.
But what
So you
types of
just
things
gotta
have they been able to like help you with?
so they've gotten me into podcasts. She's gotten me into
That's cool.
YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. She's gotten me into YouTube, things, written articles. There are quite a few written articles out there because I specifically asked not to have too many public this. So, yeah, so I asked not to have too much of this and
Mhm.
more writing articles and stuff like that because I'm good
Mhm.
at that. Not so great at long term
Mm.
facing like this. 5, 10, 15 minutes I
Mhm.
can do, but you put me up here for an hour and I'm like, ugh.
Well, I think
So, yeah.
a lot of writers forget. A lot of writers, and social media in general, assume that if you want to be successful on social media, that you have to do videos. But
Yeah.
writing articles is another very successful avenue. It's just not as popular, right? There's videos, audio, if you're doing podcasts, and then
Mhm.
written. All three work, but videos is what's popular.
Yeah, and I know this. It's just I'm not good at it. And that's fine. That's fine.
Mhm.
I do what I can.
Mhm.
And I do mostly written, but that's fine too. I know it's not as popular, but it puts me out there. Somebody searches for me or whatever, they'll
Mhm.
find me because like I'm on places like Medium and Substack, and
Mhm.
I've written in the past as a ghostwriter. I've written in the past as a content writer, as an
Mhm.
editor for a small magazine. I've done a bunch of stuff, so you can definitely find me out there. But when it comes to my books, that's a little bit different.
Mhm.
So I don't quite have the clout there
Mhm.
yet to
Mhm.
really push towards getting things done.
Well, I totally feel you there, my friend. We are all on that journey, right? Trying to figure out one step at a time. And I can tell, especially in our chat as well, we have a lot of writers here who hopefully we're making some progress. Hopefully you're able to push with us and make a little bit, get a couple words in, maybe a couple ideas, whether it's late at night for you, early in the morning, or maybe it's the late afternoon. Maybe you're in another part of the world and you're not in the US market. We appreciate you being here. So I know that was definitely a fun little sprint. I know we're going to be actually queuing up for, I think we're in like our sprinting happy hour for a couple hours, which is actually kind of cool. So I really need to be productive.
Because Rita is up next, right? Rita?
Yep. So Rita's
Okay.
up next. We're going to welcome Rita up in just a second. But first, we have a giveaway to offer up. So let me queue up that giveaway. Gotta get rid of the screen real fast and throw back up our giveaway. So once again, if you want a chance to be eligible to win, you want to go type in #mode. You're going to win a digital copy of Kay's book, The Bookshop on Blossom Street. between, you said it was a librarian and
A bookshop owner.
the bookshop owner. Oh, match made in heaven. Or is it? I guess you have to read to find out. So definitely sounds like it's a pretty good read. Make sure to type in #mode into the chat if you want a chance to win this digital book. And let's cue it up. All right, and I need to throw it up on my end, and let's see what we see. All right, and we got this going up, and winner.
Yay, Ilsa!
Yay, Elsa! Congratulations, Elsa! You have won the book, which is very, very cool. So very, very cool. You'll win a copy of The Bookshop on Blossom Street. Elsa's actually going to be joining us in just a bit, leading another one of our writing sprints. So very,
Elsa's
very
pretty cool.
What was that?
I said Elsa's pretty cool. I know her from other sprints. So
Oh, you
she's
do?
pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I think I literally just, I think we just met Ilsa as part of the WriteNow Thon. So I'm actually super excited to have her on. I love whenever I meet other writers who are trying to do, the whole writing journey in 2025. Because we all know the struggle is real, but together we are united. Awesome. So Ilsa, awesome. Courtney just threw that in the chat. So make sure, Ilsa, that you go in and you fill out that form. That form's going to just give us the details that we need, so that way we can make sure to get you a digital copy of the book. So go fill out that form, and we will reach out to you about giveaway stuff next week. We appreciate you. I hear it's a good read.
Oh, thank you. I think it is, but I'm biased.
As the authors, we're not biased at all. That's why I tell everyone The Last Scarecrow is going to be the best book you'll ever read in your entire life. And I'm absolutely
I'm sure it will be.
Awesome. Well, Kay, I appreciate you. Are you planning on sticking around for some more sprints?
Well, I'm modding for you for the next 2 hours, I think, until I have my own sprints. So,
Sweet.
yeah.
So Kay will be in the chat. So then I just want to say thank you. And then, of course, if you end up joining us for any of our future conversations later on, it's always a pleasure having you on.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me on.
And if you want to just do like a little quick outro, Kay, anybody who doesn't know you, where can they find you? And most importantly, everybody I'm asking, can you do a right now at the end of
I
your
will
outro?
try. I will try to remember.
All right, go for it, my friend.
Okay, so if you don't know me or, don't know who I am or whatever, but my name is Kate Parquet. I'm the author of the Blossom Street Shop series, which is a series that is very emotionally driven. So I write about characters that are very real, very Gen X, elder millennial type deal, reverse age gap, all that other stuff. So if you want to find those books, which I would love it if you did, and my newsletter, you can look at the Linktree link that Courtney has put in the chat for you, as well as finding me at kparquet.com. And so that's me.
Yay. And right now.
Oh, yes. And hey, right now, let's get it done.
Absolutely love it. Thank you so much, my friend. I'm trying to get like the right nows from everybody. So very, very much appreciated. I see a world where we can convince more people to do the thing, which is just to write now.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, Kay. I'll catch you later.
All right. Bye.
All right. And that is a wrap on the first round of writing sprints. So we're going to be kicking off our next writing sprint. I know I am super excited. I was getting pretty productive with that last writing sprint. So that actually worked out pretty well. I've been feeling so motivated with all of the sessions that we've been having up to this point. So we're going to hop into the next one. Let me cue up our background banner. Awesome. Perfect. And I think I am all set. So we're going to transition into our next writing sprint. We're going to be doing a holiday hangover. Let's write it out with the wonderful Rita Slanina. Holiday hangover. Let's write it out. Kick back with a cozy post-holiday writing session featuring festive vibes, good company, and 2 focus sprints to get your words flowing again. without further ado, let me welcome the wonderful, the incredible, the amazing Rita Slanina. Welcome to the stage, my friend.
Thank you for having me. Good morning. How are you? Gosh, that
Good.
was a production.
I had to make sure to try to help you wake up if you weren't quite awake yet.
I'm still on water. I haven't even started the coffee yet.
Oh, you haven't even, you're like still at the pre-coffee routine.
Yeah,
it's okay.
yeah.
I'm usually still like working at night at this point in time.
Oh, wow. See, I envy that. Like, my husband always thinks I do work at night because I get up so early.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I like the
you're
quiet.
just early. You're also a little farther ahead of me too. I'm on mountain time.
Oh.
So I'm a couple hours behind you.
Oh, that okay. Wow. So you've been up all night.
I have. I went offline for a few hours and I tried to get sleep while the team handled it, and I wasn't very successful.
Well, this is your baby.
I know. We're having so much fun. I'm like, I love this. I love just celebrating the writing vibe with everyone. But Rita, for anybody who doesn't know you, you want a quick intro? Who you are? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm Rita Slanina, actress, author, lifestyle content creator, and your bestie over on Amazon Live. I love shopping. It's so much fun, especially during the holiday season. And I am the author of the Harbor Excursions series, and I just released a coloring book. That's me in a nutshell.
Absolutely. Coloring books are so much fun. I know, Rita, every single time I see your stuff, I always want to ask you like 100 questions about social media shopping, because I know that is literally one of the fastest growing, blowing up things to make revenue as a content creator, especially in the Western market right now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so many questions, never enough time. We're not even talking about marketing, shopping. But I really appreciate what you're doing, because I know that's definitely very, very popular.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, my tip would be to link everything. Interact with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
If you can swing it, that's probably the best thing. It really pulls. It's gonna draw on your like extrovert. If you have any of it in you at all, like that would be the big. Just do it. Just
do you have a lot of
everybody? Yeah.
Is there one platform where you have the most success on?
You know what? I almost embarrassed to say it, but like Facebook.
There's absolutely nothing embarrassing about Facebook, and this is always the thing, because Facebook, LinkedIn, and Snapchat are probably the three most underlooked of the social media platforms. When I always tell this to people, because people think, oh, Facebook, old people, nobody goes there. But when somebody thinks about selling something, what's the first thing they think of? Facebook Marketplace.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And if the first platform you think of is where the money is associated, like, should that be telling you something? We as writers know that like Facebook groups, that's the way to win on Facebook.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Facebook too, you don't even have to have a business page. I do, but I created that like a while ago. So I post in both spots on the profile and the page. But it's really interacting with other people. You don't even necessarily need to run ads. I know people do, but I haven't heard people be more successful running the ads versus running just you. Adding your links, interacting with other pages, friends, family, whoever. I've met so many people through there too. Like, it's just been probably my most successful platform.
Well, that is very, very cool. I feel like when I ask most people about shopping related questions, they usually say TikTok these days.
Oh gosh, I can't figure it out. When they had that ban like last year for 12 hours, I was doing well up until then.
Oh,
and then it just killed any like reach. So I'm in 100 view jail over there. So so I just kind of was like, it's really not my like focus anyway. So it's fine. But
like one of these days.
The same thing. I was running like before that whole ban thing. I wasn't personally banned, everybody. I'm just saying when the platform itself went down for 12 hours for whatever silly political reasons, whatever. But like, I'm like going, what happened? But before that, I would do the same thing. I would link and I would comment and I would just push the things. And I saw revenue from that, doing working that same strategy. So
awesome. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna talk to you for hours about social media shopping. I know it's on my to-do list.
And shopping, so it's kind of like a marriage.
Merchandising is one of those things that's always on my to-do list, and I know it's important. But I think we're here to get some momentum, some speed with writing. So what I'll do is I'll let you take it away. Were you planning on screen sharing, or did you need were you wanting me to screen share timer or anything like that?
Would you mind doing the sprint timer for like 20, 25 minutes?
Absolutely. I can queue up what I had. Let's see.
Yeah,
Perfect.
just keep it simple if that's preferable.
I know our momentum. We're trying to make some progress here. And you said 25 minutes?
Yeah, that's probably good, right? Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think that's good. What are you working on today?
So I am working on my 2025 reflection. I'm just going to turn this desk down here. Everything's on wheels in my office. Everything.
Yeah.
So this is the 2025 reflection disaster with 2026 and your path forward from HB90. Like there's a whole mess going on here. There's finance books, there's YouTube books, there's all kinds of things that I'm trying to consolidate, get through. It's been here for going on 3 weeks, and that is normal. So,
so you're trying to have it all consolidated by the end of December.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is a yearly, I don't want to call it a problem, but it is my yearly thing.
It's a yearly opportunity for you to organize, renew, and face the next year.
Yes, with reckless abandon.
You must be a writer.
What? No. There's no drama. What are you talking about?
Gasped, she thought. Oh, man.
What are you working on this sprint?
Yes. Okay. All right. Sprint time. So let's try to see if we can make some progress. I'm almost done with the chapter I'm working on Scarecrow. So
nice.
I'm so happy. I'm very happy with where I'm at.
Nice.
Awesome. So if you're in the chat, come join us. Let's see what progress we can make. We're going to try to get some more words in, and hopefully we can do it. We'll come back and check in after the sprint. Awesome. And let me throw this up. Awesome. So we got 25 minutes on the clock. Whether you're writing, editing, revising, brainstorming, or something else in between, come join us because it's time to write now. Let's go. All right, and we are back from writing sprint number 1. How did that writing sprint treat you? Hopefully you guys were able to make some progress. How was your planning and decluttering and organizing over there, Rita?
I think I did pretty good. Let's see. So I started jotting down my wins for 2025, which I hadn't done yet, but I had mental notes.
Yeah, it's like the things we know that we did well, but putting it on paper, so important.
Yeah, because I realized I'd done this before. It's a great idea.
That's funny.
So yeah, I made some progress. I mean, it doesn't look lovely.
As long as you know you made progress, I think that's what's important.
Yeah, things are getting written down and shuffled.
Hey, you and your effects.
I don't even know it's still doing. I think it's great. It still does it in StreamYard because I know it's connected to my computer somehow. I don't know. I have an Apple computer, so
I literally always forget. You're like the one who always has the cool special effects anytime you play this video.
That's sweet.
And I remember they're tied to certain like hand motions.
There are. There's a few. Wait, let's see. I think this one is. Let's see if it wants to register. Confetti. I think this is balloons.
Hey.
What's up? And then this is a sad face. This is a dramatic. It doesn't like to do it very much with me.
It's like it can't tell that she's sad. It doesn't want you to be sad.
And I did get Botox recently, so I can't see my expressions.
Maybe it's just a sign. It's like you're not allowed to be sad.
I'm not sad very often.
Maybe it's the Apple.
Like muscle memory, maybe.
Oh man.
Sprint.
Well, it definitely sounds like you made a little progress on your end. I know I'm making some good little baby progress here on my end. Trying to get through to the end of this revision of this chapter. I'm in the third draft. I'm working on the third draft of my book.
I loathe revisions.
You said you loathe or love? Loathe.
Yeah, it's very dramatic. I
love revisions.
I envy you. Like I just
thing that writers hate about the entire writing process, revisions and marketing. I love both of them. I love the entire process because it's just a puzzle to figure out.
I love you for that. I do. Like, I don't mind marketing. I think that's fun. I love like the planning of marketing and then like the execution. And then when you switch into promo, that's like really fun. That part's fun. But I mean, we all know I'm like the loud mouth. I'm the extroverted one. I have moments of introvert though, you guys. I do. Just ask my husband. He'd be like, "What's wrong with you? You're not saying anything." I'm like, I'm just tired. I don't know.
Yeah, it's I mean, whenever I ask writers, I mean, the two most hated or disliked steps seem to be like the editing, revision process, and the marketing, social media side of it. Seems to be the two least favored topics.
Yeah, and it makes sense because I think as writers we're super inward a lot because you sort of have to be, right, to get those stories out. And then when you have to like put a different hat on, that requires you to. It's kind of like it's daunting. It is.
Yeah.
It's
especially with social media. I think mixed marketing is its own thing on social media.
Agreed.
I always challenge writers with revision and editing that it can be way more of a creative process than they let on. A lot of writers always think that because I now have to fix all these problems, it feels like an obstacle. And then like, okay, well, I can't be creative anymore. But I feel like I look at revisions and editing kind of like a puzzle. Like you're still creative, it's just a different type of creativity.
I love that.
I think revisions and editing is a mindset shift. Because
Definitely.
then it's like, okay, well, for a chapter, if you know you have to revise it, like then your new creativity for a character might put it in a way better direction than your original creative thought for it.
Oh, I love that. Listen up, guys. That's good. That's good.
I think also if it's broken down into smaller sections as well, it makes it easier. I think when a writer finishes a book and they're like 50 chapters or 30 chapters or 20 chapters, all revisions, it feels like a lot more work.
Yeah, I know. I get that. Like when I'm done, I'm done. I'm
Like drop this down. Let's just get it.
Even like write it ahead of time. I don't do any planning. I'm like a pantser, like pretty much all the way. And then I will reverse storyboard it. Like I'll still write note cards and put it up on the wall just because I'm extra and I have to make a mess. So I will do that so I can go, wait, what did I put somewhere? What act is that? No idea. Like I'll have to refer back and then I keep everything too. So I'm like kind of a little hoarder with like my process. It's a whole filing cabinet of book hoarding stuff.
You must like books on occasion.
I do. I love it. It's like an escape, right?
I totally get that. And I know we have so many readers in the community who can definitely resonate with that.
Oh yeah.
Reporting.
I think to be a writer, we gotta want to read a little bit, right? It's just you have to have a love for it, because otherwise it's really hard to sit down. I would find it hard to sit down. Like I don't read a lick.
Even though that's like
well, how do I write it? I guess
I know, especially when that's what you're trying to create. Yeah. I do wonder if it's possible to be a writer and not like reading books.
Well, I can tell you as an actor, I don't like to watch TV. Although I did binge Stranger Things recently. But besides that, for the most part, I don't like to watch TV. I do a lot of commercial work, and I don't like commercials. I don't like watching them. I just don't.
It's probably because you know the whole production side of it.
Yeah, you can kind of see like, oh, there's the lights, or there's the boom, or there's the you'll know like just kind of from this way going, what's going on the other side. And that can be a character for me if I'm watching a show. And let's just say it can be the best actor ever, but once in a while they'll break character. You're like, ugh.
I totally get that.
I know who you're looking at.
I know. I worked in Hollywood for many years, so I know.
See, you know the deal. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Spent many years trying to pursue screenwriting in television, and many years. So I worked very many production sets, those small and mid budgets, and production is a chaotic beast.
It really is. There's so many moving parts. There's so many, more than you would think too. Like I think as a viewer of TV or movies, you're like, gosh, how do they make that happen? But when you're on set, you're going,
I know. And it's like, it's because it's so different, right? And there's so many different people and departments and different things working on different things, and things have to be exact, and there's schedules. It's just crazy.
And then you just constantly pray for a director who doesn't like to scream at people.
Yeah. Every single production set I was on felt like it was kind of a different experience. And it really kind of depends on the production company that's putting it on and the producers who are investing the money. Those two combined generally set kind of the vibe for the production set from what I've seen. Yeah.
I like directors that are like, I guess because I work with them probably more than anybody on the set, right? And then the script
supervisor.
The monitor of the script.
Oh, I love being a scripty. But I want to work with scripts.
Nowadays, what's cool is they've caught on to the fact. I've had this old coffee I got yesterday. I know. Waste not, want not, friends.
Hey, you know what? I feel that.
Yeah. But luckily they've caught on to the fact that like sometimes letting things play out organically, even if the words aren't exact to what the script is saying, and it flows better XYZ. Unfortunately, I do see a lot of like ChatGPT scripts now. I've been seeing. I
mean, I could see, especially for commercials. I could see definitely for commercials.
I could see it's
that'd probably be like the first industry to probably be, or the first part of the filming industry to probably be the most affected by ChatGPT.
Yes, I do see them a lot.
I'm not surprised by that at all.
Yeah, and it's fine. I don't care. Like whatever. It helps churn it out faster. I get it. But when there's the flow's wonky, like I have to reach out to like my handler, I don't know, my agency, and I have to go, hey, this is not. This isn't flowing. Like, this is not how people talk. This is how somebody just said, hey, write this up. Like,
I forgot what story. I feel like I was listening to a story where there was it was one of the bigger companies. They did a commercial, and it was very clearly like an AI script. It was like AI people, and the whole thing was AI, and they got in a lot of trouble. And they had to like backtrack on I forgot what it was. It was one of the big companies for something. I remember there was a scandal a couple weeks ago.
Oh, there's always a scandal, though.
Oh man, so I'm not sure if we have enough time for a full another writing sprint, but
Okay.
as we think about like writing and like goals, what is some recommendations for our fellow writers here?
Inspiration, keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Even when it feels like nothing's changing, you haven't moved the needle, you haven't, like, you're not where you thought you'd be. Those can definitely swirl into a monster that can debilitate you. So keep going, keep writing, keep editing, keep moving one step in front of the other. That's the best thing I can give you. Because even when it doesn't look like it or feel like you're moving it, you are. The fact that you show up for yourself will in fact help move it, even if you don't see it.
And I know you're always doing so much with what you got going on in your life. How do you find that balance with writing for yourself personally? Do you have like a routine that works out really well for you?
I do. Morning is my most productive time. Early morning.
So that makes sense why I never see you, because evening's my most productive time.
Right. Like when you're going to bed, I'm getting up.
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
Yeah. So if I'm writing and I'm working on something writing related, it is first thing, because that's when my brain's the most like focused and ready to rock and roll. So yeah. And
yeah,
I
usually around that midnight
write
hours.
for like 4 hours.
What was that? You usually go for 4 hours?
I can, yeah.
That's
Once
good.
I'm in the throes of it, it's just yeah. And everything's shut down. Like I'll have nothing on. It's just quiet. It's just me in this my little dungeon.
So you're just like you in the zone with your thoughts and your characters.
Yeah. When I was working on book 2, toward the end of it, I'd go on a hike with my husband and the dog. And I'd go, oh, what if I did this? He's like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm like, sorry, I'm in chapter X, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And this character's doing this. And I just figured out where I want them to pivot. Like, just goes poof.
It happened. That happened to me so many times when I was like on a date or hanging out with somebody. And just like I get these just spontaneous bursts of just like, I go off into my own world for a moment and I'm like, you know what? What if that thing reminded me of that thing? And that was that moment with this character and that character and this plot beat and that story beat. And I just kind of like ramble on for a good like 10 minutes. I'm like, perfect scene. It all makes sense. Masterpiece of a scene. I have to
Angels are
it who's ever nearby.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't, we look nuts, but that's okay. It all makes sense when the final product has come to light. So
that is absolutely the truth. What book are you working on right now?
I am working on the last bits of book 2 for Harbor Excursions novella series. We did a successful Kickstarter this year, so that was another win. And so I'm in the fulfillment phase of that. So that's why book 2 hasn't been released fully publicly yet, because I want to make sure my Kickstarter backers get everything first. And
you're doing a Kickstarter for it?
I did. Yeah.
You did. So you did a Kickstarter for your first book?
No, for book 2.
Oh, book 2. Okay. You did a Kickstarter for book 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was able to wrap that up this year. Well, it was done when I did the Kickstarter, because I didn't want to have that pressure of writing it while doing everything else. Because Kickstarter is a lot. It was overwhelming, but I would do it again.
Were you so like I'm going back and forth, and if I'm going to do a Kickstarter or not for Scarecrow, I'm going back and forth. I've been weighing the pros and cons. Did you reach your goal?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
How much work did you have to put into Kickstarter?
How much work? It's more work than you think.
I know what to expect because I've been doing all the research.
Right. So it's like
but you're good at merchandising. Your merchandising seems to be a specialty of yours. So you probably did well with your Kickstarter. Did you do a lot of merch for your stuff?
Yeah, I did good. I can't complain. I met the goal. I think we surpassed the goal a little bit, like by an extra 20% or something.
Hey,
Which
that's
I'm
great.
good with that. It was my first one. I did go overboard with merchandising.
Oh, you went overboard. So you made too much merch?
I feel like I made too much merch. Yeah. So I wouldn't recommend
Did you sell it? So do you have a surplus?
I'll show you. So fun. Well, I had all these ideas that I wanted to throw out there. And so I had my characters made into little dolls, little action figures.
I love that.
So there was 6, I don't want to say there's 6 main characters, but I love this guy.
Oh my goodness, I love that. I love the little, and people love action figures. People love collectibles like that. That's why Pops are so popular.
They do. That was one of the things that the top tier backers were like, "Oh my gosh, I had to do it because I wanted toys."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. But I mean, here, even though you might have a surplus, right? It's just extra inventory, and knowing you merchandising, you'll be able to sell through it at some point.
Oh yeah, I did a scarf as well. Where is that?
So I mean, it's not like it doesn't seem like it's a loss for you. It just seems like it wasn't an immediate return for that batch of inventory, right?
Yeah, and I wanted to have fun with my first Kickstarter as well. So I wanted to make sure, well, what would I want, to do? So if there was a surplus, I wouldn't be that heartbroken over having extra stuff in the place. So there was that. We had the scarves. Those were kind of the bigger limited edition items. I want to redo my merchandising. I have a Etsy store, but everything's been taken down. I'm going to put everything back up once Kickstarter fulfillment is all said and done.
Okay.
I keep getting DMs about, we want shirts. I have these yacht club shirts because obviously the theme is oceanic.
Ooh.
And then book 2 takes place in the Greek Isles and stuff. So
that's exciting.
Yeah, it was really fun to write that, and it was fun to research a lot of that too, because I wanted to pick places there that were obvious, but then not so obvious. So it was fun. It was a fun write, and it was a fun to do the merchandising for it, keeping in mind all the
Well, Rita, I know if I do end up doing a Kickstarter, I'll probably come to you with questions.
Yeah, please do.
The one thing I was planning on doing though was getting a publicist. That was already something I was thinking. I know the value of it's very you just guys
the value of that is awesome. I had an assistant help me out at the beginning of the year. She was just amazing.
That's
for a
good.
bunch of things. I mean, as you said, I'm juggling so many different things, so I needed someone who could also help me keep my head on straight. So but yeah, I would do that. A publicist, if you can swing it, assistant, and anybody that can help you do any of it.
Well, Rita, it's a pleasure having you join us for any type of Right Now event. I love having you around. Hopefully we'll be able to have you back soon. I'm sure when I start up the podcast again, I'd love to have you back for some more merchandising thing.
Yeah.
I paused my podcast, I think in the fall, because I've been so busy with these right now with all our writing events. So
yeah.
But I always love having you. It's a pleasure having your such positive energy and outlook over here.
Oh,
and I'm feeling
you on Armchair Chats.
Oh,
you need to come on there.
I would love to. Let me know. Shoot me an email over email. Let's work on a day and time. I'd love that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll reach out to you for sure.
And of course, you're more than welcome to join us. We got some more conversations coming up in just a bit. We have our very fun Right Now Jeopardy in just a few hours. So, well, not a few hours. It's still 4:00 by noon. It's but we have some fun stuff coming up. So you're more than welcome to join us.
Thank you.
But for anybody who doesn't know you, if you want to just do a quick outro, and my one ask is if you, at the end of your outro, if you could give us your best right now possible.
Okay.
Awesome.
thanks for having me here today. I'm Rita Slanina, actress, author. You can find me on all the socials, just Rita Slanina, just right there. Just, it's pretty. So that's it. That's all there is. I'm all over the place, and you can reach out to me and email me or whatever. I'm around. Here I am. And right now, make sure you are writing right now. Get to it.
That, Rita, was one of the best right nows that I think I've seen so far. Oh my goodness. Just wait till we see that.
I've had coffee.
Oh my goodness. Rita, that was amazing. Thank you so much. Oh my, what a great way to end this little segment. Awesome. So like everyone, thank you so much for joining us, but the fun isn't over. We still got over 10, 15 hours more of streaming because the fun is continuing with more writing sprints, more workshops, more conversations, Right Now Jeopardy, and the Right Now keynote as I talk about an incredible, groundbreaking thing that I'm launching with the Right Now community. Never been done before. So make sure you stick around because we got a lot queued up, but we're going to transition into the Chapter 4 live stream. So I just dropped that down in the chat. Hop over to the next live stream. We're going to hop into our next session. Also link down in the YouTube description down below. I'll see you over there. I'm Kaufman, and I'll see you in just a few minutes. Come join us, my friends.